Hello. Oh my god. Hello. Oh my god. Welcome Kenny. Welcome Chewing. Welcome Yoshi. Finally streaming. Yeah, I know, right? It's been like when did I last stream? I think it was Apex. That was like on Tuesday last week. Oh no, this Tuesday I think. It's been like 6 days, almost a week. Yeah. Yeah. Oh my god, Karu! Karu, I had your stream open! Did you just end stream? Oh my god. Whoops. Welcome in, Karu! Thank you for the hydrate! Thank you! Oh my god! I got my water bottle. I literally just came back to my table with an ice cold water bottle. I'm gonna chug this. I did. Oh my goodness. Oh my god, now I gotta catch up with chat. Also, it's funny you talk about Sen because I've been looking at his stream for an hour and 30 minutes. Really, Kenny? Oh my god. Yeah, I knew about Sen when he did like the whole like interview thingy with Frog. I think that's his name. I don't know. This one VTuber. And yeah, yada yada. Drama T alert. VTuber drama alert. Yup. I made it back home. Welcome home, Yoshi. How was your movie trip? How was your homie date? Did you guys kiss? Oh my god. Oh my god, is that Javier? Oh my god! Welcome, welcome! How are you? How is everyone? I know, it's been like a week since I streamed. And it's been like 2 weeks since I streamed like Resident Evil. I know. It's been a while, alright? I've been busy. I've been touching grass. A whole lot of grass, alright? A whole lot of grass. I've been drinking, I'm going now, partying, going to concerts. You know, I've been like doing normal people stuff. Oh, disgusting. I know, right? How is everyone? Gotta look now. Best of luck on Resident Evil 3. Thank you, Kara. Thank you. Have a good day. Have a good night. Thank you for the lark. Thank you. Shush. No, we didn't. Bring your fantasy toys. Alright, Yoshi. I know you want to keep it a secret. That's okay. Wink, wink. I can't stay long today, but I'm very happy to see you. Oh, that's okay, Javier. That's okay. That is a-okay. As long as you're here, that's okay. You don't gotta stay all the way to the end. I don't expect anyone to like stay to the end. That's okay. Yo. You said God. You said what? Movie was so fun. I loved it. Lol. It was nerdgasm for me. Hey yo, he got a nerdgasm. Oh my god. How was it good? Like, was it better than you expected? Because I would love to see it. Maybe one day. I might watch with my family. I love Deadpool. Deadpool is so funny. Yep. Yoshi! I look too gonna start the rough sheet. Alright, Kenny! Thank you for the lark! Thank you! How are you guys? I'm doing good. Today I woke up early. I played some Apex! It was so fun. I'm a little addicted. It's so fun. Honestly, I was gonna like stream Apex again. Maybe we'll see. Maybe in the morning. Maybe tomorrow in the morning. We'll see. I don't know. We will see. But yeah, I'm having a lot of fun, doing a lot of work. I gotta clean. My room is like really messy. But I've been working a lot. My body is really sore though. Like I woke up and my ankle still freaking hurts from the concert I went on Saturday. Oh, on Friday. Yup. It's fun. I'm doing good though. I've been drinking a lot of water. Definitely the best Marvel movie since Endgame, without doubt. Oh, I have never seen Endgame. I have never seen like any Avengers movie. Except for like Spider-Man. I've only seen Spider-Man. Right? Yeah. Yup. Shame? You just shame here? Hey, I don't watch a lot of like more Marvel stuff, okay? I'm more of a DC person, okay? Like, you know, Flash, Shazam, you know, Batman. Okay? You should? You should? Ew, Mom? Is that Mom? Welcome in, Mommy. Welcome in, Buns. How are you? How is your night? How's your day? How is Minecraft? Huh? How is Minecraft? I'm always here. Thank you for the light. Thank you. Yeah, Sunday to binge watch recite. Oh God. Marvel. You know, I really want to do watch party. Like on Discord, a watch party, but I don't know what movie though. Like, I want to watch an anime movie for sure. But I don't know what movie though. You know, I want to watch like a sad movie too, like Silent Hill. That's what the fuck? What the heck did I say? Silent Hill, like Silent Voice. That's like one of my favorite movies. And like when we were watching that on Discord, oh my God, I forgot who was there. I think it was me, Chimink, and nobody. We watched it together, and oh my God, I was crying. I was crying like a little baby. I love that movie so much. Good but boring? What? Boring? Ran through 14k squares to find a new biome? Oh my God. Oh my God, Mom. Damn. That's crazy. You know what? I could never find like the terracotta biomes. Never ever. I could never find it. Yeah. Also, welcome in, Cantators. First name John. I totally skipped your comment. Yo, it's Jill Kennedy time? No, Jill Valentine. Jill Valentine. So thanks for the redeem. Silent Voice made me cry too. Oh, I love it. I love it. Every time I watch it, I cry every time. Every time. And no mod, I can search for them. Wait, that's nice. And it points me in the direction of how far. Oh, I see. I see. Mommy Jill indeed. Honestly, I'm so excited to play this. I heard it's not as good as 2. You know, but you know, because Jill is in it and Jill is the main character, I'm a little excited because I love Jill. I love Mommy Jill. I love Jill Valentine so much. She's my first love and will forever be my first love. You totally did and you got me mad. I'm sorry, John. I'm sorry. Mommy Shen? Hey, yo, mommy? You think I'm a mommy? Mother Shen? Oh, is that D Itoshi VT? Oh my God. Joe Moments? Better get your name right this time. I will. I have it memorized. You know, now I could be careless. You know, I could yell out Jill's name and not get it wrong. You know? So how are you? The shortest game in the entire Resident Evil saga, but it's very good. Oh yeah, I heard it's like 5 hours long, right? It's kind of short in my opinion. I finished it in 4 hours when I first played it. 4 hours? Oh my god. Yeah, I heard it's really, really short too. So I was like hoping, you know, I'll finish it this stream. And then I could start 4 next week. 4. I'm like super excited to play 4 too because Leon Kennedy. Yeah. Yes, this is that Itoshi BT. Yes, BT. You know what also has B in it? Boobies. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Sorry, guys. Same 5 hours? Oh. I'm good. How's your weekend? My weekend was good. I drank a lot. I went to a concert. Yup. The weekend was very fun. Turns out I'm more of an extrovert than I thought I was. I'm an introvert, alright guys? I'm an introvert. But for some reason, I get along really well with strangers. Which is very weird. Yo. She gotta do it. Resident Evil 4 Leon goes from being an older brother to daddy, but that's for another. Hey yo, Daddy Leon. Oh my goodness. Did you wear ear protection? No, I did not. I did not. Honestly, like my ears did not like blow out as badly. You know, if anything, my feet hurted more, and I think I sprained my ankle, but it's alright. It is a-okay. I was giving lots of hugs to people, especially Riku. I don't even know if that was Riku or not. I gave him a hug. Turns out it was Riku. You know? Yes, yes. It do be like that when you hang out with nice people. Oh, I see, I see. Yo, I met a lot of people too for the first time. Like the only person I knew personally was my sister and my cousin, and I met like 10 new people for the first time. It was a good experience, you know? I would like Resident Evil 4 Leon to destroy me. Hey yo, John! Hey yo! Are you playing the Resident Evil 4 remake or the OG? The remake. I think I only have the remake. Yeah. So I will be playing the remake. Resident Evil 4 OG Leon is hotter? Really? Is he actually? Wait, now you're making me like change my mind. Let's leave RE4 for later. Now it's Jill. Yeah. This is a Jill moment. Alright, Jill moment. I will get down on my knees. Hey yo, John. Hey yo, saucy you. Alright, should we start? Okay. Watching Shenkin Tentacle later. Hey yo. Oh yeah. This is Nemesis, right? Nemesis is gonna be here. Oh, damn. Cannot wait. Cannot wait to see what the hype is about. Alright, let me pause my music. Alright, new game. Standard, normal mode. Alright. This is normal. We play the game as normal. What they can say, nothing. Cantators, in quote unquote, I would get down on my knees. For Leon Kennedy.
Citywide emergency is declared.
CDC is quarantining
Oh my god.
all Midwestern.
Please let me know if the volume is too high. Alright. So thank you for the shout out, Buns,
Honesty,
Mummy.
integrity, these are the core values that create the foundation of Umbrella.
Wait, these are actual real people. not CG, like not animated.
That's so stupid.
It's this foundation that will continue to build a brighter future for all of us.
Wait, those are real people, but the monster is literally CGI. What? It blends so well together. It's actually cool. I want to do things. I can say more. yeah, the owl clip. Budget thing. I see. The laughing makes Shen feels like a mastermind. You know, I am a bad goat. Oh my goodness. Bro is Umbrella? Sure is. Oh my gosh. Am I Jill? Jill Valentine? Oh wait, I can move now? Go. Painting? Okay. Where am I? Yo? Home? TV? Oh wait, I'm playing like first person. I'm in first person? Oh wait, it's her! Wait, what the fuck is her name again? It's like Anna something, right? Or am I tripping? I forgot what her name was. Whoops. My bad. Oh, Annette! Annette! Yeah, Annette! Exactly, okay. Home sweet home. Raccoon City. Wait, who's this dude? This guy right here? And what is that? Is that like sperm? Okay, blood, Raccoon City, protest. What is that? Is that William? That kind of looks like William. Okay. Okay, Raccoon City PD. Alright. Why is your bathroom light on, Jill? Oh god. Oh my god, is that Jill? Oh my god! Oh my god. You got auto mod. I will stop William and makes him more powerful. I know, right? I know. Jill. Wait, she having a nightmare? Weird looking sperm. New Jill. She really pretty. She is. She looks more like realistic here. Like how do I explain it? More real. She looks more like a person than in the first one. The first one she looks like, what is it, like a doll. No, Jill! I'm talking about her features. Her features, not the quality, the features. She looks more like idealistic than, you know, realistic. You get what I mean? Also, is that the Hovey? Oh my god! Hi, hello Hovey, how are you?
What's going on out there?
I'm barely starting RE3. What is this? Pills? Oh wait. Turn on the light. television. Chilling you. I'm great. I'm great. I'm playing RE3 and I'm a little excited because this is Jill my babe. Is the worst month in my life. Escape RC. Escape RC. Raccoon City. What is this? Jill's report. September 26, 1998. It's already been 2 months since that mess with Umbrella. Thanks to the suspension, investigations haven't progressed exactly as I hoped. Perhaps this written record of what I found will prove to be my final duty as a STARS officer. I can only hope that it helps lead to the truth. The T-virus. Those infected by this virus seems to become literal zombies. It appears to be communicable. Communicable? Am I saying that right? Via several different avenues. Outlined below. Bite. From an infected individual, allowing the mixing of bodily fluid. Oh my god, I can't read today. What the heck? Oh my god. Contact with crows, which have eaten infected carrion. Oh my god. Due to the strength of the virus, airborne infection cannot be discounted. Oh. Okay. It should be noted that those who survived the incident had not yet developed symptoms. It's unclear whether this is because the virus has a long incubation period or because we just happen to be resistant to the infection. We ought to remain vigilant, even after this investigation period ends. As for me, aside from my minor difficulty sleeping, I seem to be in fine shape. Still, I shouldn't get too hopeful. After all, this could just be an extended incubation. Ooh. Oh, okay. I'm just on lunch and might look back to your closet. Alright, Itoshi, you lurker. September 26th, daylight. The monster has overtaken the city. Oh my god. Investigation notes. Umbrella? Umbrella, pharmaceutical company industry leader in the market share, focuses on military weapons development while maintaining cover as a pharmaceutical company. Also, secretly developing bioweapons. T-virus outbreak at Arklay Mountain Research Facility. Predicted the Mansion Incident. Ooh, it's called the Mansion Incident. Okay. Conspiring with Raccoon City leadership. Large donation to Mayor Warren's office. Effectively controls the city. Oh. Okay. Okay. Can I look at this? No? Is that it? What's this? Unsealed envelope. They got me pinned down at home? Hey yo! Yeah, right, lurkers. Machine goes boom boom boom? Oh, boom. Well, it went boom boom on your gameplay? My gameplay. What happened on my gameplay? I don't think. Oh yeah, it did. We blew up everything. Yeah, we escaped. I think we did. We did, right? They got me pinned down at home. Guys across the street are watching me from their window 24/7. Are they Iron Men's? Oh my god! Thank you for the raid! Welcome in, Raiders! Is that the one true L? One true Levi? Oh my god! Welcome in! Welcome! How was your stream? What did you play? What did you do? How was your day? Welcome in, everyone! Thank you for the shadow buns! Thank you. Oh my god, is that the Chaos? How are you, Chaos? Welcome in. Play some homebrew Resident Evil and some SNES game? Oh my god. You're playing Resident Evil? Oh my god. WWW. I'm also playing Resident Evil right now too. Super Nintendo. Oh! Okay. I have never seen people wrote it like that, like SNES. Okay. Also, I love Nintendo games. What kind of games? What kind of game did you play?
That's crazy.
That's crazy though. Because right now I am playing Majora's Mask. Not having so much fun. Everyone, this is that weird shit. Do they really? Am I really out of the circle? Damn. I'm a fake gamer, guys. A fake gamer. She can read today. I cannot. It's been a while since I streamed. All right, like I haven't read this much in like the past couple days. All right. Well, Super Nintendo Entertainment System. Oh, I see. Doing well just on that Warframe grind. Oh, Warframe. Damn, everybody's playing Warframe. What is going on? Is there something new in it or something? Mario, Donkey Kong, Country, Wild Guns. I forget the other. Ooh, nice. W. Disappointment. Thank you. She's too happy. I am happy. All right. I don't know why. It's been so long since I streamed. I'm like a little bit anxious, but like, you know, it's like the happy anxiety. You know, I'm having like the anxiety burst. Plus, I drink the Monster, so I'm like super full of caffeine right now. All right. Because Warframe is better than First Descendants. Fight me. Okay, to be fair, I have not even played First Descendant. Alright? I have not even played that before. Is your alcohol addiction? I'm not addicted to alcohol. I don't even drink that much. Alright, if anything, I'm like super lightweight. You know? Yes. I'll be lucky for now. Have fun with Jill, Clearfield, Jill Valentine. Also, thank you for the like, Itoshi. Thank you. You'll be watching me from the closet. So see you. Alright, make sure you like turn off the lights. Oh, fight me, homie. Then maybe at the Waffle House. Oh, a Waffle House battle. Saying that's why I don't drink. Exactly, right? I don't really drink that much too, but I fall into peer pressure and like I love drinking. When you start, you can't stop, you know? So thank you for the head pass, Chibi. Welcome. Hope your stream goes amazing. Thank you. Peer pressure bad. I know, right? I know. Alright. Going back to reading while Chaos and Hovey argues in my chat. Alright. Umbrellas? Question mark? I don't know. And there's no real difference anyways. I know what they're trying to do. They want me to... They want to wear me down. Torment me into a oh my god. Accomplice? And it's working. I'm barely eating, barely sleeping. I'm going crazy. Crazy? I was crazy once. They put me in a room. A rubber room full of rats. And the heat rats. Because rats makes you crazy. Okay. I felt like the living dead. Alright, Jill. But we'll let them win. I have to get out of the city and find a way to make them accountable. They'll send someone to silence me, of course. You hear that? I've been killed. Or whatever it is they do to people like me. You must pick up the investigation where I left off. I've enclosed my files. They'll tell you everything you need to know. As long as this package isn't intercepted, I'll be moving out at night. 5 days. Wish me luck. Jill wrote this note, right? Okay. Uh-oh. Wait, is Jill gonna die? Is she gonna die? No way, right? No way. What's this? Message from a colleague. To Jill Valentine. Wait, who wrote this? Oh my god! Hey Shan, me and Hobie gonna be gone for a while. I'm gone for a little bit. We gotta meet in the Target parking lot. Hey Target, why Target? Go to a Walmart, alright? Take those Walmart activities at Walmart. Don't bring them to Target, please. I win. Time for popcorn. Love popcorn. Why not Target? Fuck them. Hey yo. Alright. Hey hot shots. Oh my god. Okay, let me read this in like a very, very rizzy way. Hey hot shots. How you holding up? I still can't believe Iron suspended you. It's such bullshit. Is this Chris? He ought to pin a medal on you for making it out of the hellhole back in July. Of course, you're going to poke around and ask a question about it. Oh my god, that laugh scared me.
I mean, if you want to take the, I think there's an EMF still outside.
Oh no, if you look at...
Hobie's laugh just came out of nowhere. It scared me.
It wasn't reacting. Probably up here then.
Yeah,
Oh,
no,
shout out battles.
it would be the kitchen.
I hope you're not mad at me for keeping my
It would be
head
the
down.
kitchen
No,
if it
it's
wasn't-
Everything's been happening so fast. Stars was the pride of the forest. When the chief disbanded us out of nowhere, I thought for sure I was going to lose my job. Exactly. Is that D Cheeping? D Cheeping? So cute! She's so cute, guys! Cheeping sounds like a little gremlin. You know, like I just want to grab it with my hands and like squeeze her, you know? Word has it, you plan to leave Raccoon City? I figured you wouldn't take the suspension lying down. Just promise to watch your back. Umbrella won't sit back. Oh, won't sit by while you try to dismantle their business. Take care, Jill. Brad Vickers? Wait, who the heck is Brad Vickers? Did we meet him? I don't remember him. Stars Alpha Team, now forever. P.S. Had to slip this message into the pizza guy to avoid detection. Enjoy the extra large mega meat supreme. It's on me and the guys. Hey yo! It's supreme pizza with extra meat, guys. Yeah, the pilot. Oh, the pilot. That's right. Okay, I've only met him at like the very end. I didn't even see his face, just his name. I remember now, Brad, the pilot. Oh my god, I remember when they first showed him or like said his name, I was like, what the fuck is Brad? Oh god. Alright. Oh my god, Brad sounds like a F boy. No? Okay, pizza? Delivery? What now? Am I forgetting anything here? I don't wanna like miss anything. Closet. I like extra cheese. Ooh, he likes it. It was lots of dairy. Oh. I like pepperoni. I think pepperoni is okay. I don't like it with too much pepperoni because I feel like pepperoni is a little bit too salty for me. If anything, I like sausage. I like it with more sausages. I like onions and olives and like extra bell peppers. You know? This is my hype train emos. What? Yeah, so much. Oh my god. I just feel like you're still in the intro part. Yeah, I was busy like, you know, putting my voice acting skills into it, you know? What am I supposed to do now? What else can I look at? The table? Golden retriever? Window? Do I look up? TV? Oh, do I go to bed? No? Oh,
Too many pills.
no? The phone? Do I just go sleep? No? Oh, do I go to the bathroom? I don't. I do, okay. Where's your light switch, Jill? There you go. Sausage? Yes, Derry, you sausage lover. I do love sausage on my pizza. Listen, high train is a way of life. Does this game have Leon Kennedy or Ada Lee? No, I think just Jill, right? Jill's the main character. And Nemesis? Yeah. Jill is so pretty. Hello, have a lovely Romance the game I really like. Thank you. So welcome in. HBC Fernando 01. Thank you. This is my first run. I'm so excited because I love Jill. I love Jill so much. Ever since RE1. Leon. Nemi is my boy. I'm rooting for him. You're rooting for the enemy?
Is that you?
Chaos!
Listen, you gotta get out of there.
What are you talking about?
I don't have time to explain. You gotta get out of there right now.
All right, let me grab my.
Oh, what the heck? Uh-oh. Is that Mr. X? Or is that Nemesis? Is that what Nemesis is like? Girl. Jill. Girl. Oh god. I didn't say Kennedy? You didn't say Kennedy? Am I tripping? Oh, Leon, Kentucky. What the what the F? Okay. I'm running. Is it? God damn! Okay. Get tentacle now! That mean my boy? I would love to get choked like that. Hey yo! Hey yo, Toshi, hey yo. Okay. We can jump here for sure. Go down? No way. Okay. Who in the mind will leave? Oh shit. There's so many people around. Why does he target me? How does he know me? How does he know where to find me? Okay, Jill. Okay, we'll behave for now. Yeah. Good dog. Is Target Stars members? How does it know I'm a Stars member though? You know, what if I got fired? Like, I got fired, right? I got fired. Which means I'm no longer a Stars member. You know? No witnesses? Alright. But he can't see. He has like... He's blind. Oh my god. Why? What's this POV? Run, Jill, run! Because Jill was a witness for them. Ah, okay. Alright. I thought orcas doesn't have eyes. Orcas? Get out of town?
Jill, over here.
Wait, who are you? Oh, Brad? Wait, this is the first time we're seeing Brad.
Tame to find now. But right now it's got a hard
He
on
looks
to
like a Brad.
you and me. I'm not sticking around. Just look around you. The longer we wait, the more screwed we are.
Okay. Wait, for RE3, are we? Is it just Jill?
I don't know.
Like just Jill?
One thing always leads to
Like we
another.
can only play Jill?
It's like Arclay on steroids.
Brad Chicken? Brad Chicken?
Hey, wait! Down here!
Yo! Brad! Brad, wait for me.
Could be dreaming. How could this many people be infected? Brad! Here they come!
Jill, some other guy, I forget his name. Oh, Carlos. Carlos? Who the heck is Carlos? Is it the first time we're gonna see him? This game? First time? Run! Run, Jill, run! God damn!
Door behind you, go!
I'm a freaking Resident Evil nerd, so I can't. Okay.
Don't get out. We're gonna make a run for it!
Come on, Jill. We know how this ends.
No, I don't.
Are we still a team?
Always.
Then do me a favor. Don't fuck up like I do. Go!
What? Is he sacrificing himself? Oh no. Oh no, he's a green flag. Oh my god.
Sorry.
Well, Brad gonna die. Oh no! Man, if only B-word was here. Uh-oh. Can I go? Can I go? Reload. Oh my god. Oh god. Where to go? Where to go now? Where do I go now? Oh, do I crouch? Okay. Oh, you can dodge on this game, which is cool. Oh. The dodge? Parking garage room. Parking garage room. Okay. Oh shit, try not to lose all your ammo on this one. Okay.
Stay back. Don't come any closer.
I'm gonna come closer to you.
Helicopter waiting to take you to safety.
What safety? I'm not going out there.
Uh-oh.
Garage isn't far. I can
The only safe place is in here.
Can I just shoot him? Alright. You're dead. Okay. Here. Okay. Go to the rooftop building. Gotcha, gotcha. Zip. Oh. Oof, oof. Lose all of it on that. No, I'm gonna save my bullets. Alright? Saving my bullets. Should I use my knife to kill them then? If I can, you know? Uh-oh. Ah! Fuck. Ah! Where's my gun? Why do I have a knife? Oh. Oh wait, I can just hit them with my knife, right? Come closer! Never mind, I can't do it, never mind! I'm not that good! Fuck, okay. We're just leaving. Never mind. Star members solves the darkest secrets of Umbrella. They prepare many reports on it, but always rejected by Chief Irons, who is the payroll on William Perkins. Jill was the opposite to this than the other members, which is why Nemesis actually aims to kill her. Oh! Oh, I see. 2 games in a row, she got the final boss with barely any ammo. Oh, yeah. Knife is unlimited, I think. Oh, is it actually? Okay. Wait, that's actually so good. Okay. Shit, I'm gonna save ammo. Also, Shen shoots everything. Okay, I'm not good with melee, okay? No, I'm a... Oh. Womp womp. If only Brad was the pilot. If only it was Brad who was driving that plane. Oh my god, are we driving? Fuck, I'm terrible at driving. Come on.
Start, damn it! It's my turn, bitch!
No way. No! Why will you crash right into him? No way. no way you survived that, Jill. That hurts my back. Oof. I don't think her turn played out too well. Oh. Oh my god, Jill! Jill? Jill, get your ass up! Jill, get your ass up! Wait, is that Carlos? Hey, yo! Wait! He's kinda cute! He has like the musky uncle
Who are you?
kind of look, you know?
I'm saving you. Let's get you someplace safe.
Oh my goodness.
Hope so.
Carla has wrist power.
Survivors here.
Here and
I
where?
see.
My guys have converted some subway cars into a shelter. It's safe.
Is he just like a stranger? What's his backstory, guys?
Personal space. Okay, I get it. Let's go.
Hey yo.
Oh, come on. Who's the dipshit that closed this? Sorry, we're gonna have to go around.
Hey, what do you know about that monster?
Nothing. Never seen
I
anything
love
like
messy
it.
looking guys.
But it's no zombie. It knows what it wants and won't stop.
He's
till
a
it gets it.
mercenary? Oh!
No thanks.
No wonder. I see it now. I see it.
Listen, I promise you're in good hands. I'm with the Umbrella Biohazard Countermeasure Service. UBCS for short.
UBCS.
Kidding me? Are you fucking kidding me? You guys are the ones who caused all of this.
Whoa, 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 whoa.
Yeah, it's all your
What are you
fault.
talking about? You don't have to trust me, but I'm going to the shelter. You coming?
His main mission is to save civilians. Oh.
It's this way.
Following you. Woof, woof, woof. Carlos, woof. Whoa, how's he running so fast? What? Yo, he's like sprinting. Okay, here he goes. No, woof, woof. My bad, my bad. I mean, bad, bad. You're so bad. Wait, who is he?
She is an elite operative of RP.
Right now, stab him. If only I could. Stab him, put him in my basement forever and never.
I am UBCS platoon leader Mikhail Victor.
Mikhail.
The team was sent
Mikhail
here
Victor.
to rescue civilians.
Oh. Oh no, he's injured.
How's that going for you?
The city is completely cut off, isolated. Most of the 100,000 civilians will wind up dead, or correction, undead.
Oh.
My platoon has suffered serious
Wait,
losses.
his job is to save civilians?
Alive is more than I can manage.
Well, you can thank your corporate overlords for that.
Okay, I was about to say
Well,
his job is to save civilians, but why am I the only one in the cart? There's not just more people on the other side. Whoops. Alright, but back to Warframe for now. I've been like, hey, thank you for the like, chaos. Have fun. Get all those dubs. Get all those W's. Good luck.
I'm in.
Oh.
But I am on their side, not yours.
Hey, it's cool. We all want the same thing.
Thank you, Jill.
All right, Super Cop. Here you go. We can use this to stay in contact.
I know what a radio is.
The smirk?
First things first,
Hey, yo.
we need to get you
Oh,
geared.
God.
Head up
Got
the
me
street.
all blushing and
You'll find
stuff.
supplies there.
Alright.
Alright. This side? Wait, the other side.
Shit, Kev.
No? Wait, where'd I go? Ammo crafting guy. On the battlefield, you run out of ammo. Your gun is about as useful as a wet fart. Want to stay alive? I didn't think it this frame. Okay. Handgun, 2 gunpowder, shotgun shell, high grade gunpowder, mag, high grade. Okay. Gotcha. Do I get out this way? This way? No, this is where we came from, right? Not gonna lie, where the heck did he tell me to go? I totally forgot. Was it not over here? What? Over here, right? Did I go up? I don't know. Sorry guys, my sense of directions is terrible. Absolutely terrible. Okay. I guess I go over here. Like a Jill being a mini. If you remember Resident Evil 2, you would have some stuff that were explaining what happened. Ah, okay. Gotcha. Your sense is somewhat terrible. Thank you, Mom. The Cannibal Murderers, a complete digest. In the grey of the morning on September 25th, the frantic caller telephoned the RPD to report an assault. A man described as disheveled, like a vagrant, was attacking a passerby north of the Lambs Museum of Art. The responding officer discovered the mutilated corpse of a woman by some dumpster nearby. Dozens of bite marks cover her body and she has been dismembered, suggesting she has been eaten. There no incident of its kind to occur at Raccoon City this month. So, who done it? Who done it? Who's been munching on their mastic? We here at News Comet have a gnawing feeling that the so-called cannibal disease patient Spencer Memorial has been providing free treatment since August might not be settling for just the cafeteria food. Our reporters have infiltrated Spencer Memorial and asked the tough question and come back with horror stories that will make your stomach royal. Turn the page for the scoop. Okay. Alright. Oh, can I look at this? No? Okay, thank you for the redeem, thank you.
Topside yet?
Working on it. So
Top
what's the
side.
plan?
The old tanks got me clearing the tracks. You might get the subway infrastructure back online.
And how do I do that?
Ooh.
Restoring power. I'll navigate you to the substation once you
Can't hear, can see correctly, I need glasses, bad with directions. What your sister good at? Good at other things, you know? Alright, green herb. Ooh, limited space. Got it. Gunpowder? Gunpowder. Can I... Okay. Combine. Gotcha, okay. It's everything here, right? If I play Resident Evil co-op with you, I can imagine me watching you getting lost a lot. I do get lost a lot, okay? But it's okay. I will find my way, you know? Okay. Do I need something here?
It almost looks like I could get this working if I plug in the right...
Jill. Okay. Is it the same thing? Green or green plus red? Oh, 3 green. 3 green. Okay, 3 green. Can make this yourself. Grab them and see them. Wait, so no blue? There's no blue in this game? No blue herbs? So no poison? Anything else here? Nothing? Uh-oh.
We're survivors. Gotta get that train moving.
Is that a cloud? Oh my god. Quick step, 8. Oh, okay. I like this. Okay. Can I stab him? Jill! But, never mind. I keep getting attacked. Whoops. It's so hard to attack with your knife. Jill! Okay. Fuck. How do people fight with a knife? This is so hard. Oh shit! Am I dead? Run away! Fuck! I don't want to waste my bullets! Fuck! Ah, fuck! I'm dead! Wait. Oh fuck! No. Wait. Alright. I am fine. I am fine. We're switching over. How many stabs does it take to kill this guy? Oh, kill a zombie. Whoa, what the heck? That was so hard. Okay. Oh my god, that was so hard. Okay. I got this. I'm pulling out my sleeves. Okay. Oh my god, June is the raid? Oh my god, June, I had your stream open. That second person is me. Welcome in, raiders. Welcome. How was your stream? How was your stream? What did you do? Ah! Oh fuck. I know. Oh god. You put the shadow, Mom. Whoa, dude, that's so cool, Joe. Oh fuck. It is so hard. What? Hey yo, so many things wrong with that sentence. Oh. Fuck. I just missed 2 bullets. Are you dead? Are you dead? He's dead, right? He is not dead. He's not dead! How do I... Oh my god. I spend most of my time playing Skyrim doing side missions. Ooh! Honestly, I really want to play Skyrim again. I miss it. Like, I just want to do it so I could do the Brotherhood missions. Those are my favorite. I love Cicero. Best character ever. He's sleepy tonight? Oh. How's RE3? RE3 is good. I'm just starting it. It's been a good start, you know? Like there's dodgy in this game now, so you know, I'm like learning some new tactics. Yup. Okay, I need a lock for this. Yeah, I'm playing Jill. I'm playing Jill, my babe. So this is really fun. Okay. Can go there. Why get no love, mother?
I reached Main Avenue. Which way do I go?
See a big train.
You like you were being slapped by a ghost when you dodge? Yeah, I know.
You made me
Like she like flings herself away.
Water like yourself, put out flames.
Fuck you. Gotta put this out.
Oh my god, it's that creepy doll again. The creepy jester. How do I... Okay. I need a fire hydrant thingy. How do I get that? Oh! Do I shoot this? No? Uh-oh. Okay, do I have to fight them? Okay, Selena, you have fun. Oh, you have a good night. Thank you, Jill. Thank you, thank you. Have a good night. Thank you for the rain. Sleep well. Make sure you Lock your doors, lock your windows, cause I'm gonna lurk. Haha. Wink, wink. Good night, June. I gotta charge my phone. Yeah. Go charge that phone, mom. Go charge it. Okay, we're gonna go this way. Cause why not? Should I go this way? What if I go over here? I wonder if I could put the ladder down. Okay, there's a zombie right there. Wait, what the heck is this? Can I climb this? What? It's yellow! I have to do something to this, right? Or no? No? Oh! Okay! Wait, what? Okay. Can I climb up? No? Can I climb up here? No? Nothing I could do here. Right. Break this knife? I did not know that. He's gone. What if I shoot this? Will it explode? Okay. W? Okay. They're dead, right? All of them? Gunpowder? Okay. There we go. Okay. Now I have a escape plan. I think from now on, that would be a thing in the series. See. It's like lots of new things. I might be wrong though. That's okay. That's okay, Kenny. That is A-okay. Alright. Let me go. There's a bug in my room. Okay, there's a safe there. Is that a painting? Drugstore owner journal. August 24th. This new hair tonic from Umbrella is just flying off the shelves. Stuff they make always works wonder. So it's no surprise. I was counting on this and ordered a huge shipment. My instincts are paying off. Literally. I just know sales will continue to rise as word gets out. That said, the string of violent incidents on the news has worried me. Maybe I ought to invest in a good safe to hold all of this cash that's rolling in. Wait, there's money in there? Oh my gosh. September 2nd. The new safe is just perfect. Nobody knows the code, not even my wife. It's the secret between me and my beautiful Aqua Cure Queen. And she'll never give it up for a thief? What? Okay, gunpowder. Combine. There's something here. Wait, I hear you. Oh. Oh fuck! Stab, Jill, stab! Are you dead? Okay. Wait, are you dead? I didn't even check. I think you're dead. Okay. Anything else? Nothing here? Is it me? Or am I going schizo? I feel like I'm hearing stuff. Okay. Let's just move on. There's more bullets. Nothing here? No? Okay, Jill. We're gonna girl bossing it. Okay. Ignore. Ow! Fuck! Shit! No! Kick him! Kick him. Run, Jill, run. Run, Jill, run. Run, Jill, run. We no wasting no bullets here. Okay. Anything else? Anything else? Come here. Are you dead? Are you dead? Are you dead? Okay. High grade gunpowder. Alright. Our first high grade. Wait, we've been here before, right? Or no? I don't think so. Oh! Green herb? Oh, no, not examine. Combine. News. Okay. Anything else? No, nothing. Oh fuck. Okay. Are you dead? Are you dead? If I come back, you better not get up. Oh my goodness. Oh shit! Oh shit! Are you dead? Okay. Mother is back. Welcome back, Mother. Welcome, welcome. Okay. Fire hose. Okay, now I can use the what do you call it? The fire hydrant. Okay. I am dead. I'm a mummy. Welcome back, mummy. Subway employee memo. Violence getting worse and worse these past few days. Got a shotgun for when it hits the breaking point. Locking it up in the gun rack. That should keep it safe for any would-be looters. While I go out and try to find some more shells. If things go south, cut the chain and bust out the sucker. I pray we all make it out alive. Ooh. Okay, I need the scissors thingy. Key items. So unlock the shuffle puzzle, select the item, then use command. Okay. I need a key for that. Grenade. Gunpowder. I can make shotgun shells. Anything else here? No. Alright. We're leaving. He's up, huh? He's up. No? Oh my god. Hi, son. Do you work tomorrow? Yeah, what time? Is it enough to... Hey, yo, mom? Are you guys being sussy in my chat again? I love to see it. Okay, I need a key for this too. Kite Bros Railway Manual. Ensuring safe subway operation. In the event of a power outage, the subway will automatically cease operations. Once power has been restored, please use the control panel to confirm the stations at which the train will stop, as well as which track segment will be used. If the route entered is unsafe, an error will occur and operation will not resume. Okay.
Nothing.
I heard you can shoot these. You know, I just found out if you shoot all of them, you get like an achievement. Nobody told me that. I could have done that. Nobody told me that. Okay. Is that everything here? Wait, is there no map? Can I not get a map? Oh, wait, is this the clue? Okay. I don't know if I'm supposed to remember that. Wait. Okay, I need a key for this. Believe. I told you I always double down with Juna Kenny. I see that, Mom. Make sure you send some videos. I wanna see. Just kidding. Ha 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 ha. Okay. Stabbing you? Are you alive? He fell down! Oh my god. Okay. I'm such a pro. I am such a pro. Can we go here? You alive? No enemies here, right? The thing? Free food. Look at all this free food. Damn, I would just take it myself. Shallow Mal? Not for you, only for Yoshi. I see. Don't you know sharing is caring, Mom? Okay. Okay, now I have too much bullets. That is fine. That's okay. Green herb. Okay, fancy box. Fuck! Okay. I gotta get rid of something. Fuck, what did I give? Like, is that too much? This is fine. Okay. Wait! Oh my god! There's a fucking chest right here! And I threw it out! Oh my god! I'm dumb! Oh, shit! It's fine. It's fine. It's fine! I didn't even notice it was here. Oh, it's fine. Okay, red jewel. On Patreon? Yeah, my OnlyFans. It's not only guys though. Sorry, that that's hilarious. Hey, that is discrimination, Kenny. Discrimination. Okay, put this away. Okay, might as well save. There you go. I think that's everything. Oop. Okay, for sure, this is a safe space. Okay. Bro is down. Okay. I missed. Oh god. Oh my god. Go. Wait, what is this button? Can I press it? No? Are you dead? Ah! Oh my god. I was trying to dodge. Whoops. Chill, oh my god. Why won't you judge when I want you to dodge? Okay. What? No! I was trying to back up! Fuck. Okay. I'm dying. Fuck. I'm leaving. I'm leaving. I'm not dealing with that anymore. Sorry, privilege stuff. I see. Must be nice. Oh shoot. Can I go here? Is it here? Was it here? No, this is where I came from. Where was the fire hydrant? Don't touch me! Don't touch me! It was not here, right? Component! Stop! Please! Whoa! It was over here! It was over here! Okay. Alright, no more messing around. No more messing around. I'm gonna play this like how I meant to play it. Okay, now I got wire cutters. Not wire cutters. Freaking. What do you call it? Chain cutters? What's this? Gunpowder? I could put this away. Keep this for now.
There's someone in here.
Hello? I feel like I shouldn't open it. Can I save it again? Gun?
UBCS?
Who are you?
Yeah, careful.
He's gonna bite me.
Like that, all right? I'm not unaffected. No, wait, please!
Whoa!
What the fuck?
Heartless.
He was infected.
He might have been infected.
Oh, stars, this soft. No wonder so many of you dead.
And what are you, UBCS? Killing your own people?
He would have turned.
Look at this Gojo guy.
Go back to the
I just remember something 7 days something Friday. Yeah, 7 days to die. Miss wants to play 7 days to die on Friday. Yup. Okay, I could put this away, right? Store this. I'm a pistol only gal. I have so much pistol bullets. Yeah, I'm sad I can't join. That's okay, Kenny. That is a-okay. Only remember 7 days in a week and Friday is one of them? Yeah. Okay, handgun ammo. Suicide note. September 28. The Middle East, Eastern Europe, East Africa. I thought I knew what hell was. I figured I'd never crack, no matter what was thrown at me. But this job, this one was supposed to be easy, a quick wage. I earned it. It all happened at once. There was 30 guys in our squad, all armed with state-of-the-art assault rifles, and yet we were wiped out in less than 48 hours. I've been through enough shit to know it only get worse. And if that was just the beginning, maybe I'm a coward. I don't care. This is the only way out I have left. I hope my body doesn't get back up after I pull the trigger. Oh my god! Oh my god. Brother. You're brave. I leave on that day for my vacation. Oh my god, that's right! Kenny's going on vacation. Oh, you have a safe trip, Kenny. Public news generator provided by the Raccoon City Electrician Guild. Due to the ongoing power outages, the guild has decided to provisionally place a number of electric generators throughout the city. Everyone is welcome to use them, but remember, these generators are running high voltage currents. If one were to be stuck or impacted by gunfire, anyone standing nearby could be electrocuted. Oh, okay. It's kind of like a barrel. Okay, you got that? You see a generator splitting spark? Don't go near it. Don't do anything stupid. Safety first. As the saying goes, if we make it through this mess, I have plenty of busted generator for sale at bargain prices. Alright. According to Miss, you offered to buy for me, and my response is, please. Okay, I did not offer, alright? Miss was like, okay, Miss said to say that because you will buy it if I say I was gonna buy it. Yada yada, you know, he was trying to like, no, wait, fuck! Oh, sorry, dog! No, fuck! Sorry. Yeah, Miss was trying to like just, you know, reverse psychology on you. Yup. I already owned it anyways. Oh, damn. I should have read that before I just called out Miss. Whoops. Haha. I didn't say anything. Insert yourself into my shelves. Lol, never mind. I won't say what it was. What I was about to say. What? Say it, Kenny. Say it. Okay. Zombies. Go over here, I guess. Anyway, study the Angel Zariman quest on Warframe. BRB. Alright, best of luck, Chaos! Good luck, Chaos! Anything here? No? What's this? Gunpowder? Okay. Guess I go here. Wait, should I go back and grab the shotgun? Okay. Oh, fuck. Okay. Oh, fuck. No. Chill. Oh, fuck. Okay. Shots fire. Stabbed in the head. Just in case. Checking you if you're dead. Okay. Anything here? Anything? Cough. Dry so can type cough. Okay, Kenny. Alright, you say so, buddy. If you say so. Gunpowder. It's over here. Nothing? And then I need a key for this. Okay. I wish I was the drawing. Red herb. Okay, I guess I have to do this. Take this. Use it. Okay. Save space. Alright, save it. Number 2. Alright, guys. I really gotta pee. I will. I'll BRB. Guys, I gotta go to the bathroom really bad. BRB. Thank you, Mom. Alright. Be right back. Okay, I am back. How long did it take? Like a minute and a half. What the heck is this? Hydrates! I come back and you give me hydrates? Now drink and go pee again? Oh god. Also, welcome Nishan! Welcome! How are you? Alright. There's nothing with the head pats. Thank you. What do you want me to drink? Monster or water? Why are you timing yourself? Why not? That's what makes it fun, you know? The guys don't time themselves. I'll do one for you, whatever it is. Okay, I'll drink water. Oh god. I need a burp. No, we don't time ourselves. We do our business at least so that other people can do this. Okay. You know, but I don't want to be like, okay, I don't want to be gone for too long, you know? You know? Alright. Back to the game. What is this? Fax from Substation Chief. To all employees. In response to the violent outbreaks across the city, we have implemented an international power outage. Once the situation has been brought under the control, please activate the 4 breakers ASAP. Once that's done, turn on the main power switch in the control room to reactivate the power grid. Control room? Okay. This is where I came from. Oh! More storage? Okay. More inventory? Was this where I came from? No, was it? Okay. Did I get everything in here? I think I did. Womp womp.
Smells like. Oh, I don't even want to think about it.
Oh, what the heck is this? Okay, green herbs. They work. It was starting to look like Chad. Chad was never gonna come back from his rounds. So I poked my head in there and fuck me. Next thing I know, I got some kind of maggot scurrying down my throat. Ew! What the? That is disgusting. I was gagging heavily, but those little bastards didn't seem to mind none. They just wouldn't come up. I was staggering around like a madman, and then I saw it, a green herb. My grandma once told me that green herbs are a natural bug deterrent. So I grabbed and shoved it down my glove and swallowed it, and what you know, the little things didn't want to be there anymore. I've never been so happy to throw up. I'm gonna head back there to look for now. Your greens. Okay. Thanks. That is. I'm sorry. What the heck? Alright. Man, the modify on the go for the glasses are backwards. Is it? Oh! On the emotes? Some people like it. Wish multiple changes could be a thing. Oh. Oh wait, there's another box here. Are you dead? Another jewel? Oh, the maggots that was in his.
Oh my god.
Ugh. Okay. Look. Wait, what is this? A lockpick. Okay. Wait, does that mean I can like lockpick the locks now? Hold on. Hold on. Hold the F on. Hold on. If I were you, I wouldn't even touch the box, you know? Me too. But this is Jill. Jill would touch anything. Wait, wasn't there another box here? Or a lock? Lock down here. Yeah, I'm gonna do this one. Okay. Wait, that's so much more useful. Okay, but now I have too many bullets. It's fine. Okay, for sure I'm gonna keeping this and this. I only have one slot. That's fine. That's fine. Wait, I can reload. I can go here. I'm gonna check over here. Also, shit, I ended up doing the hair on the other model. Oh, nice. Good luck on it, Kenny. Good luck. So excited. I hope the drawing is going good. Wait, I said that wrong? You said it wrong? I can't draw a model on such a small scale. Is that a spider? Okay. Oh my god, I'm getting choked! Yo, I am gonna puke. I just got violated with no consent. Wait, can I use the herbs? No? Oh, there. Oh my god. That's disgusting. Okay, 4 pickers. 4 pickers. Activate. 4 pickers. That's not a picker, that's a generator. Get away from me! Ow! Okay. 4 breakers. 4 breakers. 4 breakers. 4 breakers. This, right? This? Oh my god. Free maggots? I freaking hate maggots. I hate maggots more than I hate mosquitoes, which is I absolutely hate it. Okay. More handgun. Okay, Jill. This game is so much more like gore than the previous. Fuck. Where are you? Where are you? Okay. I hate both equally, only because I swell a lot with mosquitoes. Me too! Like, I react so bad with mosquito bites. And I get bit all the time. I get bit really bad. Like I would get like a quarter size. Or like bigger than quarter mosquito, like swell. Okay. Oh, this one. This is why I like winter. Winter, less bugs. No, you kidding me? This is so saucy. I'm getting violated by freaking a freaking bug. Like he like deep throw me. Deep throws me. God damn. Get away from me. Okay. I see you. You can't run from me. Come over here. God, get out here. Okay, I did that one. I did this one. This is where I came from. Get away from me. Get away from me. my gosh. Into this one? The last one? 4? The thing is, I just love laying outside in the breeze so it doesn't help. Oh my god! Shen. God. Really? I'm reloading right now? Oh god. God, you made me not want to get away from you. What do you mean? What do you mean? Okay, I can leave now, right? Okay. I did the 4. That means I go back up, right?
Okay. All that leaves is the main power switch.
Main power switch.
Enjoy that.
Okay, what now? Do I go back? No, I'm gonna save. Alright. Alright! Good progress. Good progress.
Carlos, it's Jill. I've restored power to the subway.
Such an L monster nesting on a power site. I know, right?
Right. I think I know the building.
Really? Way to go, partner. One step ahead.
Not your partner.
Not your partner. Bring the trains to the subway. Okay. How do I do that? Okay, there's no zombies here? Anything here? No, I can't walk there. It's so vast and big. Hey yo, oh no! Can I dodge it? Whoa! I got this. I got this. I'm such a pro. What the heck? How is he running so fast? Did that hurt him? It did! It did! Okay. Get away from me! Get away from me! I cannot deal with you right now! I'm dead. Fuck. Fuck! Oh shit! Over here. Fuck. Stop! Let me please! Hey yo. Get away from me! Holy shit, he knocked those 2 out. That is crazy.
Carlos, that thing is still alive.
That is crazy.
Run! Come back to the station.
Not until I get traffic control online.
Safe room, right? Safe room? Safe room? Okay. Oh my god, it's chaos. It is chaos. Okay. What is this? First aid spray? Just what I needed. Just what I needed. Alright. Now I could like go somewhere else, right? That had chains on it. Like fuck! Woo! Oh god. Shit, sorry guys. Oh my god. Sorry. I'm like freaking out a little bit. Oh my goodness. Yo! Yo! Fuck! Oh, yo! Yo! Fuck! Okay, shit. No way. No way, please! Wait, what the fuck? Yo, let me get up! Let me get up! God. Oh my god. Bro did not want me to get up. Holy damn. Jesus. He came back for WWE match. I know, right? Damn, he is too OP. He is. Oh my god. Okay. You know what? I just gotta be better at dodging, you know? Okay. We do this again. Alright. We got the first 8. Okay. No, I just gotta dodge. I just gotta dodge him. I just gotta dodge. Watch. Okay. There you go. Okay, he's right there. We zigzag! We zigzag! We zig! Wow! Fuck! Oh god! Fuck! Oh my god! Oh my god! That's Zen! Welcome in, Zen! How are you? How's your day? Yada yada! How are you? How are you? Fuck! Wow! Okay! Okay! Oh shit! Chill! Get your ass up! Sorry, I'm in a little bit of a panic situation! Fuck! Get off me! Oh my god. Okay. Come on, Jill. Get your ass up. Fuck, you can't go there. Okay, Jill. Focus. Focus. Fuck. No. I can't go there? Can I go here? No, 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 I can't. I can't fucking go here. Okay. No, I'm trapped. Okay. He's gonna... Ah! Please. Ah! Okay. Okay. Open this. He's following me. He's following me. Okay. What if I go here? Safe room? Safe room? Oh yeah, I can do this now! Shotgun? Okay. Oh my god. I was about to speak too soon. I got this. I'm a pro. I hear him. I hear him. I hear him. I hate how he could like walk in, literally in here. No. Okay. Pistol.
Carlos, I'm in the control room. Now what?
Nice. Now you gotta plot out a route.
Okay,
Okay.
give me a sec.
Plot out a route. Okay, a route. Okay. How do I know which one I could take?
Alright, where are we headed?
The train is stopped at Redstone Street.
Hello, chat. Hello, Zen. Hello.
Program that in.
Hey, I'm super confident. Consider it done.
Okay. How do I work this? One? Oh no, wait, this is one. This is 3. 2. Oh, okay, PA. PA. Am I doing this right? I don't even know if I'm doing this right. Okay, RE. What the heck is RE? Okay. Okay. We have RE, SA, FA, SA, FA, FO. Okay, I can only switch these 3. Okay. Oh, 3 is... Wait, what? F-A, F-O, R-A. R-A? What is R-A? 3, 4. Okay. R-E is 1, F-O is 1. What is R-E? R-E? Huh?
Please enter our route.
Please enter a route. What if I get it wrong? Okay. R? Rating assholes? I think... Okay, S-T... Oh, it's the first 2 letters. Okay. I'm dumb. Okay. R-E-S-A, F-A, F-O, P-A? Where's P-A? Oh, F-A. I'm dumb. Okay. F-A is 2. Okay, and then R-A is 3. And then this is 4, right? 4? Oh no, this is 2. 2 S-A. L-A-S-A. Okay. I think that's right. Is that right? It goes down to PA, down to Raccoon City. Oh no, wait, this is wrong. Okay. To Market Street. Oh no, wait, no, that's wrong. No, Raccoon City. And it's SA 2. And then Fox Park.
Valid route confirmed.
Yeah?
Carlos, it's me. I finished inputting some.
Okay. I got it! See? It's so easy. First 2 letter. Okay, going to hyper focus on drawing. I'll stop you listening. Alright, Kenny. Thank you for the like. Thank you. Have fun. Good luck. What is in this? Oh, shotgun shells. Alright. No, I'm kind of sad. I don't have a map. Okay. Is he gonna show up here? I knew it. I knew you were gonna get up. What the heck is that? Oh my god. Oh no. He became a tentacle monster. How do I... How the fuck... Oh god. Yo, that took like 10 bullets. No, get away from me! Okay. We stab him. Just in case he's alive! Oh my god. Okay, Jill. I'm losing way too much health. Not talk shit about Kenny shit. No, I'm a nice person. I'm a nice person. We don't talk smack about other people, alright? Hey, yo. Oh my god. Oh my god! Okay. Run. No, I'm just gonna ignore you. Okay, we go up. Right? We go up, right? Fuck. Nope, we don't go up. Pharmaceuticals. No? Wait, what's there? Green herb? Green herb? Do I only have green herb? Okay. I only have one green herb. Fuck. Go! Go, Jill, go! Okay, where to go, where to go, where to go? Here? Railway? Wait, no, this is where I just came from. Right? It is. Where do I go? Over here? Over here? Fuck. Lies? I'm not lying! I'm not lying. I'm a very... Fuck. Okay. I'm a very nice person. Uh-oh. Oh my god, he's giving me head! Go! Chill, go! Oh shit! Can I just... Oh. Fuck! Oh shit! I'm dead! Oh no. Oh no. Womp womp. It's okay, it's okay. Wait, where did I... No way. Survey control... Oh, this one. Autosave. Alright. You know... It's fine. It's fine. Okay, this guy's there. We're just gonna run! I'm just gonna ignore them. Speedrun. Speedrun this game I never played before. Okay, I can't go there. I gotta go here. Oh my god! Okay. Like this. Okay, Shen getting head. Hey yo! Shen dying from head. Womp womp. Womp womp indeed. Womp womp indeed. Okay. It better work. Okay. Ammo. What's this? Shotgun shells. Okay. More. I don't know. Was I supposed to go here? Okay. Is that it? Oh, do I climb? Do I climb? No way. No? That's it? Oh my god. I've been looking. I will continue to look as I sleep. Alright, Yoshi. Good night, Shen. Have a great stream. Thank you, Yoshi. Thank you. Have a good night. Sleep well. Sweet dreams. Make sure you lock your doors, lock your windows, lock your closet, because I'm gonna like. Oh, there's another locker here. I'm respecting your leg. Thank you. Alright. Go here. 5. Okay. Anything? Do I need to put stuff away? Oh wait, I could bring stuff. This out. Take this out. Put this away. Take this out. Combine with this. Combine with this. And I can take this out. What do I need this for? Night, bro. Good night, Yoshi. So welcome in Toji Fujiguro. Love you. Oh my god. Nemesis? Uh-oh. Whoa! Fuck. I was try to dodge it. Fuck. Okay. I did not mean to just walk in there. Okay. Okay. Run, Jill, run. What? That whip. What? Yo. Bro. Jill. I have to get back, right? Get back to the others. Okay. Fuck! Oh! Fuck! Shit. Okay. That's a little hard. Alright. We try again. Number 8. Alright. That's what she said. Exactly. Woo! Oh god. Fuck! No! I'm getting double teamed. Ah! Fuck! Get up, Jill! Get the F up, Jill. Get up. Oh! Oh! Go! Get up! Go! Oh! Go! Jill, go! Go! Who cares? Just run, Jill, run! Run, Jill, run. Run, Jill, run. Run, Jill, run! Run, Jill, run! I'm dead. I'm dead again. I'm dead again. Okay. Maybe I should not run. Maybe I just gotta shoot them first. Because once I get past that door, he doesn't chase after me. Alright. Make it hard as shit. You gotta know that. Alright, buddy. Okay, buddy. Alright, buddy. Oh, here, right? Okay. Dodge! Dodge! Oh fuck. Oh fuck. Get fuck Gerard! Dodge! Oh god. Just turn around, please. Wait, I didn't lose. Did I lose my herb already? I lost it already, right? Fuck, I think I did. I think I did. Now I'm super slow. Okay, where's my gun? Ah! What the heck? Fuck! Fuck! Oh god, oh shit. Okay. No way! Oh my god, please! Don't come here, please. Ah! Ah! Fuck! Go, Jill, go. Never mind. Running is the key. Running is the key. Oh my god. Sorry. Oh my god. Like, run button. I freaked out. I clicked the run button. Okay, crouch. There we go. Reload. Hey. Oh. Is this where I put the jewel? Put this away. I can take this out. Hold on. 6. Can I put this here? Good. That's it. all of that just for a grenade? Are you kidding me? Is there more? Oh yeah, there's more. One more. Okay. I could take this out. Combine with this. Oh no, take it out. Take this out too. I had 3 grenades. Okay. I'm so ready. Okay, we're gonna save again. Number 7. Okay. Alright. Okay. Just what I needed. Okay. Here we go. Is it here? Nice. Okay. More bullets.
Nice job, Super Cop. I'm impressed.
We back in business?
Hey yo, it's Carlos.
But we need 30 to 40 minutes to finish maintenance. Nikolai, how are we doing?
The town's crawling with those freaks. No chance of fighting our rebels. Why is she here?
She's helping get the trains running.
Had time to start getting dead weight for her. She's unreliable. Can't pull the trigger when it counts.
Hey, take it easy.
He's a traitor. I bet you he's a traitor. There's always one traitor. First it was Barry.
Sorry. Everyone's a little worried.
Next it was what was her name? Annette.
It's me he's after. I'll buy you some time.
Hey, wait!
Oh my god.
Come on, you creepy.
No! What the? Jill! Ah, fuck. Jill, you suck. Jill, you're so bad, Jill. Jill is so bad, Jill. Come back. Okay. My son is this. Who the heck designed this all zigzaggy? Why? Why did you do that? Why? Can I break this? Oh. Kick it again! He's gonna grab my legs, huh? Oh my god. Did you just call Barry a traitor? He saved your ass several times. Hey, he tried to kill me several times too. Okay? Broke my trust, okay?
Carlos, do you copy? Carlos?
Carlos. I would try to kill ghosts several times in the zombie apocalypse. Free food? Sterile food? Damn, you're right. You're so right. Okay, this is ladder there. Sewer? Wait, is this the same place that Leon was at? Like the sewers, right? We've been receiving reports of the unauthorized personnel in the control areas of the facility. In response, we are replacing the aging mechanical locks and implementing new security protocols. Unlocking the new electronic locks require a special made battery pack. To be distributed to all employees, please keep your personal battery pack on hand at all times when moving throughout the facility. I see. Oh guys, I'm grabbing my blanket. Lies and slander. Barry's the best boy right after Nemi. Nemi best boy? Isn't Nemi basically like developed Mr. X? Yeah. my god, this is an old clip. Super old clip. Okay. Electronic lock. I need a battery pack.
Fudge. Looks like it's a power source.
So I have to go down, huh? Walk down. Yeah, Nemi is the best. I see, I see. Why is it always the sewers? Anything over here? Oh. Mm-mm. 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 Mm. What in the world? What in the world is that? Because sewer is where people get sick. I see. I see. How? Okay. How do I escape that? Okay. 9, 8, 10 sewer tunnels. Okay. How do I escape that? What? Okay, I need to get up there. How do I get up there? The door's locked. I need a battery. That goes there. Okay. Brutal? It is very brutal.
I'm definitely burning this place.
Okay. Maybe I gotta kill it, right? I have to. I can't go past it. Can I go past it? Go! I can go past it! No, I can't. What the heck? I can't? Okay. Huh. That's so hard. It won't let me go past it. Okay. Cherry? And welcome in. How are you? Do you think I could fit her? I'll lift her by grabbing her horns? Honestly, maybe. Should be small, so yes. Hell, honestly, maybe. Oh, they have to read it again. This note. Okay.
Darn fudge. Looks like it's a power source.
Yeah, aren't you like 4'3"? I am not a 4'3". I am a good old 5'11". All right. Oh wait, what the heck is this? Hand grenade? Wait, I have to throw a grenade at it. Is that what it is? Or can I shoot it? Can I shoot it? Is it dead? Are you dead? Can I go past it? Oh my god, I just killed it, I just killed it. Okay. She can't even get into her car without... What do you mean? I could get into my car. You are exaggerating. You're exaggerating. She drives like -5 foot. She is just barely tall enough to ride the rides at Disney World without an adult. Hey, I am tall enough, okay? She stands to drive. I do not, but my chair is boosted all the way up to the max. I'll tell you that. throw a grenade in there while... Wait, you're right! You're right! Okay. Research assistance log. It's okay, we can be small together. Oh, thank you, Chibi! You know, it's nice to know I'm not alone, you know? Listen, I checked the high requirement shit. Numbers don't lie. So you're saying size matters, huh? Alright, March 4th, water temp 18 Celsius, pH 6.8. Gamma's released from tank for the first time. Movement sluggish. Compact potential low. April 18th. Experimented with additional hormones and drugs. One adjustment bore positive results with a significant rise in compact potential. Specimen is now able to move quickly and swallow prey whole. June 30. Umbrella has officially shut down Gamma research. We managed to smuggle some specimen with specifically high potential from the lab before disposal. Dr. Logan how the fuck you say that? Carlisle is more committed than ever to perfecting the Gamma line. August 14th. 2 weeks before relocating into the sewers, increased temperatures have led to the decrease in water quality, but specimens appear fine despite my concern. Gammas quickly learned the layout of the sewers, and within 2 days were exploring the entire underground of Raccoon City. All specimens are familiar with and friendly towards us, but I have procured high-power weaponry as a safeguard in the event that they become uncontrollable. Oh my god, this is a lot. Oh my goodness. Yada yada lol, my ex thought so. Okay, when it comes to safety on amusement park rides, hell yeah, size matters. I'm alive. Welcome back, Itoshi. Welcome. How many times did Shen died? None. Welcome in, Rebel Wolf. Welcome. How are you? How is your day? Really? Down? Yeah, really. I haven't died yet. Yeah, I haven't. I'm a pro. I'm such a pro. September 1st, we were lucky to secure the space by bribing the sewage department chief, but it's beginning to feel cramped due to the Gamma continued growth. We should begin to consider other possible arrangements. September 9th, a water treatment worker found his way into the lab, but the Gamma promptly eliminated him. Whoa, they killed him? This proved their viability for field news. I'll reach out to Umbrella European branch tomorrow. Perhaps they will see the light. European branch? Oh. Invoice from Gunshop Kendall. Thank you for purchasing the XXX grenade launcher. We made special adjustments to this piece to ensure compatibility with a variety of ammunition types. For optimal performance, be sure to choose the right ammo for the right situation. As we discussed at the time of purchase, this is a refurbished model and the chamber needs to be manually cycled between shots. It'll take an extra moment, but this is reflected in the price as agreed. Okay, explosive flame rounds, explosive A plus explosive B. Okay, mine rounds can be readily crafted, not worth stocking up on, we won't help. Okay. Gotcha. Fucking hell, I joined and managed to die twice in 30 seconds. What are you talking about? I don't know what you mean. Are you sure you saw right? Are you wearing your glasses? You know? I just woke up and I'm sleepy as fuck. Oh my god! You should get more rest, Werewolf. Get more rest, sleep a lot more, you know? I'll put this one away. And this. And we have a grenade launcher. I'll put the grenade launcher away too. Oh, no. Got this? I don't think I need it. Store this. And then, is that everything here? Yes, okay. There we go. Thank you for the hydrates. Thank you, thank you. Oh, grab some water. Whoops. I drank a monster. It's okay, I have my water bottle here. I'll drink water too. I slept for 9 hours already? You slept for 9 hours? Oh my god. Must be nice. I think I slept for like, I don't know, like I woke up at like 7 in the morning. No joke. I think I did. Either 7 or like 8 in the morning. That means like I slept for like 5 hours. Yep. Actually no. I am not wearing my glasses. Can I have yours? Are they strong? Can we kiss? Yeah, go straight to the point. Wink, wink. More than kiss. Wink, wink. Give monster. My boss is literally beside me. I'm kind of brave doing this. Oh no! Pay attention to work. Why you sound like you're puppy? It's you know, like delicious, you know. My bad. I think I got hacked, guys. The Riz, but he's sleepy, so it's fine. Wait, if he's sleeping, can't you sleep too? Or no? I would totally sleep. Okay, so there's no exit there. That means gotta go the other way. I'm gonna throw the grenade. Like what Kenny said. Throw the grenade. Come out, come out. I know you're here. Come out. Come out. Come here. Open your mouth. Open it, open it. Fuck, I threw over him. Oh my god. Is he dead? Wait, that actually worked. Okay. Noise. Go here. Oh my god. Open your mouth, open your mouth. Open it. Oh, well, I missed. Open it. Ew, can I walk through here? I kinda don't want to. Delicious? More like you holding on to dear life on the toilet. Thanks? I don't know. It's supposed to be like you know, like I sleep too. Let's do it together. Lip bites. He was showing me something for work and fell asleep. Oh no! You should give him a monster. You know? Oh, battery pack. Shiz. Shoes. Okay. I gotta get rid of something then. Shoes. Okay. Oh wait, I don't need this anymore. Okay. Okay. Can I move it? Move this here. This here. This here. This here. Oh, I'm not talking to you, Siri. What is this? What? So many items. A love letter? Oh my god. I cringed. Was the gun I bought recently? And the hatchet? Went to the dark place, rolling it back? Good luck, Mom? My little darlings. It's already been 3 months since we fled here together. I find myself thinking back to the day you hatched. Your little voices made me tremble with pride. Your adorable little bodies brimming with incredible destructive power. And of course, that ferocious, insatiable appetite. You are no less than the pinnacle of the Hunter series. And yet, they ordered me to destroy you! They said you were unfit for use as weapon because of a few minor vulnerabilities. Is this about the Gammas? So what if you're susceptible to heat? So what if your delicate mandibles are exposed when you feed? Haven't they ever heard of character flaws? It is those very flaws that makes you so very, very precious to me. But we'll show them yet. Down here, we'll continue to walk this evolutionary path together. We'll prove to Umbrella that you, my beloved Hunter Gammas, are truly superior. Oh my god, this guy. Oh my goodness. Alright, what is in here? Wait, so much loot here. Okay, I don't want to throw this out though. Is there a chest in here? No? Okay, I need a battery pack. I want the green herb though, and the gunpowder. Can I open this? Too much loot? What could possibly go wrong? I know. What could possibly go wrong? Explosive A? Okay. Okay, well, what if I go back, put stuff away, and come back? It'll be fine, right? It'll be fine. It's not that far too. Okay. Oh my god. Oh, Jesus. Okay, what's going on? Good luck? I want beer, but it's 8 a.m. You're drinking at 8 a.m. Wolf. Oh my god. Morning drinking? Oh my god. Wait, oh my god. Did I go the right way? Did I go the wrong way? I wasn't looking. I think I went the wrong way. Hold on. Did I go this way? No, I didn't. I didn't. Come here! Open your mouth! Say ah! Say ah! Say ah! Okay. You did? Oh god. Say ah! I'm out of bullets. I'm out of bullets! I'm trapped! Oh, wait, no, he's dead. More green herbs? Are you kidding me? Oh, the dead body right here. One beer is not gonna make a difference. Oh my god. Good boys don't drink in the morning? Exactly, right? You're my sweet good boy, aren't you? Hey, yo, Cherry! In the morning drink. You know what they say? If there's an enemy, this is the correct way. You're right. You're right. Do you have grenade launcher? The Red Bull is... Oh yeah, I do, but I put it away. Cause I figure, you know, I barely have any bullets for it. You know? So I put it in the chest. Shanbl RPG game when? Ooh, if you like recommend me a game, sure, I'll play it. I'll play it in the morning. Or like one day. We'll see, we'll see. It happened again. They got King this time. I saw it all. One of those things just swallowed him whole, head to toe. I tried to warn them when Bill went missing 2 weeks back. The cops said he probably skipped town, but I said no way. Not with his baby coming any day. But did they listen? Nope. This is bullshit. Fucking puke-breathing, toe-faced motherfuckers. Every time I think I've lost them, another one pops out of the tunnels. It's not like I can count on those fucking cops. Don't trust those pencil pushers at HQ either. Next time one of those freaks shows his face, I'm gonna hit it right in the big ugly mouth. Oh goddamn, this guy is going through it. Goodness. Okay, which way was it? It was over here. And then just straight. Yep. Okay. Okay, in here. And poggers. Good boys need to be bad sometimes. You know, you're right. You're so right. I mean, everybody loves bad boys, you know? I'm gonna put the grenade away. Okay. Explosive B. What else should I put away? Should I put this away too? I kinda don't want to. Yeah, okay, we'll put it away. I'll come back. I'll come back. Right. I'ma go mini. Oh, I'ma go mini chat. I'm tired, Zizi. Alright, good night, Cherry. Woo, why is she so mad? Because I'm doing top tier voice acting. Good night, sweet dreams. Make sure you lock your door, lock your windows, lock your closet, cause I'm gonna lag. Thank you for showing up. All right. Oh, this way. RE3 is so good. Ooh, do you like it, Wibble Wolf? My bro played it. Do it 6 times in one day. 6 times? Why 6 times? I mean, I get it. It's gel. Gel is super. You know? Oh, okay. You could do this. Combine. I could take this. Now I have two green herbs. Alright. Now we look at you. Alright. Let me go ahead and lurk. Yeah, what do we reverse session? I mean I don't mind, guys. I hope you like what you see. Damn. I'll be outside your window. Bet, Kenny, bet. I better see you there. Alright, take this. Should I put this away? No, I'll combine it. Combine with this. That way I'll have like an extra one. Okay. Alright. A and B makes... Yeah, okay. Take this out. Store this. A and B makes flame. Store this. Take this out. Should I take a grenade? No. No grenade. Save it. Just gotta look for 2 blue as well. I will. I'll send your address. You don't even know where I live, Mom. You won't miss it. I don't think you need the lockpick. Really? Are you sure? It doesn't have the little trash can logo though, you know? But don't believe me yet, it's been a while since I played the game. Alright. Did Shen miss some inventory slots? It looks so small. I only found one though, like one backpack upgrade. Oh fuck! Yeah. Open your mouth! Open your mouth! Open. Are you dead? Yeah. I could be wrong. Alright. Is this? Oh yeah, okay, battery pack. That is right. I don't want to miss anything. Okay, put this here. Wait, did I go here? I didn't, right? Or did I? Oh, it's locked. Okay. Okay. Good. The best RE of all the remakes is 4. Yeah, you'll be playing 4 remake next time or next week. So be prepared. Fuck. Yeah, maybe I should have taken the grenade launcher. Maybe I should have took it. I kind of regret it. Oh god. I want to remake a fight so bad. I would bark for Weskers. Weskers? Weskers coming back in 5? Oh my god. I freaking hate him. Like as a playable character or like an enemy. I freaking hated Weskers in RE1. Okay, I need a battery pack for this too. Drop this. And then... what now? What else can I go? Wait, here? Enemy? Oh, Weskers as an enemy in 5? Oh my god. You left the regular grenade launcher? No, it's in the storage. It's in the storage. Oh wait. Was this not the... am I tripping? Did I take it? Wait, is this not the same area I was in? Am I tripping? Am I tripping? I'm tripping. I'm tripping? Okay, I went down here. Is there another room here? I'm tripping. We went to the battery pack. Can I not take it back? Is it like a one-time use battery pack? Oh my god. I don't know, I'm tripping! I'm tripping! I swear to god, I put it inside the thingy, the door, and it was not there anymore. Am I tripping? And now I'm lost. I'm back here. I don't know how I don't know how I got back here. Yo, on thin ice, man. I'm sorry. You know, I'm trying to save up my resources. You know? Okay. Let me retrace my steps. Okay, go here. Go here. And then up here. The battery pack was up here. Okay. Okay. I used it to open this door. This door. Oh, okay. And I could take this back. And I could go through here. Okay. I thought it was the same door. Was it not? I can use it here. Okay. Should be the Peppa guy. Should know what you mean though. Did I hear ice? Ice, baby. More space? Okay. See, more space. Gunpowder. Anything else? What is this? Explosive A. Is that it? All of that for just this? Can you give me anything better? Please. Oh, okay. Take this. Take the battery pack. And then we could bring it over here. Alright. Well done, Shen. I'm so proud of you. Thank you. That means so much. Followers, 1 year, 10 months, 3 hours. Oh my god. Honestly, my anniversary is coming up. Damn. I don't really know what day though. All I know is somewhere like August or something. Somewhere September. One of those two, like 2 months. Between those two. You can play for space? Yeah.
Yeah, I'm alive. I lost it.
Oh, Itoshi for almost 30 days? Oh my god. Okay. Go up. Almost must. Oh my god, Nemesis? Damn. Throwing me around and stuff. He has a flamethrower now? What? What? He has a freaking flamethrower? You gotta be kidding me. God. I'm scared to look at the follow time. Oh no, Kenny. Why? Can I go here? Where's here? Can I put this away? Store this. Store this. I only have one. Okay. I might as well take this out. Take this out. Oh, hand grenade. Should I take a grenade? Oh yeah, my watch time. I don't know why. I don't know how to fix it. For some reason, it doesn't like work. And have I tried to fix it? Nope. But yeah, Nemesis is kind of kinky. He is. Look, guys, I font. Is it? What? He loaded? He is loaded. 1 year, 10 months, 2 hours for mum. I think you're kind of fucked. Ooh. You're right. It's fine. It's fine. I always survive. Alright? I always survive. I have 1 more hour than mommy. Yeah. You do. Oh, wait. Explosive? Wait, I have this too. Okay. I only have one herb. Okay. Explosive rounds. Okay. Just in case. Okay. I think I'm ready, guys. I think I'm ready. Oh my god. Good luck on your first boss battle. Thank you. 1 year, 7 days, 2 hours. 1 year! Oh my god, it's been 1 year, Kenny. Oh my god. Anyways, I'm gonna eat. Alright, Mom. Good night. Sleep well. Sweet dreams. I say you lock your doors, lock your windows, lock your closet, cause I'm gonna like. Okay, I have a year at least. Yup. 1 year. I love how you're still as weird and cringe as when I met you. Honestly, yeah, I don't really change. I've been like this since like high school, no joke. Since I was a kid. But goddamn, I'm mentally drained by Minecraft exploring. Oof. No, Minecraft is very draining though. Go! Oh, I was trying to dodge past him. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. That's okay.
I gotta
Let me
get out.
see.
Quick.
Alright. I'll sleep in Mummy's bed. I can imagine. Yeah, I was a weird kid, you know. Oh, hold. Cross. Healing items. No. Okay. Climb. Don't look back, Jill. Climb up. Okay. Go up. Hold on. Sorry, I can't really read chat right now. I'm trying to focus. You know, my life is in danger right now. Can I jump? Can I jump? I swear to God, Jill, if you just like trip and fall, I will be furious. No joke. I will be so mad, Jill. Jill, what did I say? Go in. Okay. That's it. Anything here? Anything? No? Let's see. Wait, I can take this. Why is this? Okay. Should I take a grenade? Should I take it? Fuck, okay. No, I think I'm fine. Okay. Save it. 11. Oh my goodness. Oh my god. To be fair, it took me like 2 months after we started talking. Never knew you were a streamer when we met. Really? Oh my goodness. Yeah. It was a little awkward when I first met Kenny. How you did the perfect dodge? I think I did. It did like the little cussing. Yeah, I think I did it like twice. Wait, what? You can imagine? Oof. Leap, I'm back. What's going on here? Oh, welcome back, Javier. I'm in my very first boss battle with Nemesis. Damn, that's hot. Literally. Shin's about to get tentacle. I am. Did I arrive at a bad time? No. This is a great time. Great time right now. Shin, Fate. Welcome in, Fate. I made some art. Want to see? Probably not right now. I'm like playing video games. I'm in a boss battle right now. Alright. Okay, let's go. Hi, Fate. It was just two shy people trying to talk to each other. I know, right? Yeah, I remember when I first met Kenny, he was showing me pictures of, not pictures, like drawings of like Pikachu or something that he did. Like old, old Pikachu drawings. Or Pokemon drawings. Oh, wait, I have a red herb. Combine. Okay. Now I'm stacked. Okay.
Maybe I can hit the fuel tank.
Hit the tank? Wait, this isn't as bad as I thought it was. Okay. Woo! Oh god. Sorry for yelling. What is it? I can't shoot anymore after my first. Okay. That's okay. Where are you? Let me. Okay. Can I switch gun?
Still working?
7 bullets. Wow! Wait, what? He's charging at me? How is he walking so fast? Wow! Shit! Wow! Shit! Wow! Shit! Chill! Go! Get out of here! Run, Joe, run! Run, Joe, run! Oh my god! Run, Joe, run! Oh my god! I'm sorry, guys. I am freaking out. Ah, shit! Am I dead? Is it just one hit? Fuck. Okay. Fuck! Okay. Woo! God. Run, Jill, run. Okay. Where is it? Come here, come here, come here! Oh, Jesus. Whoa! Stop charging at me! Stop! Joe! What the fuck? Go, okay. Is it down? Is it down? Is it down? Is it down? Is it over? Wow, guys. I told you I'm that good. I'm that good. Oh, that's gotta hurt. Easy, guys. Easy. Capital E, capital Z. Ooh. Yeah, you did it first try. I know. I told you.
It's Jill. Do you read me?
I'm just that good. I'm just that good. I'm a pro gamer. I'm a pro gamer. I told you. I'm just that good. You think I'm a noob? Come on.
Don't start.
I didn't even use one healing. Come on. I'm just that good. Honestly, where am I going? Okay. That was all my bullets too. Goddamn. Okay. Oh god. Okay, where to go now? Where do I go? Am I going the right way? I am, right? Over here? Damn. Not gonna lie, I'm impressed. Thank you, thank you. Chen is a pro gamer goats. Exactly. I'm a pro, guys. You know, don't underestimate me, alright? Just wait until you get to the newest game of the series. Woo! Damn. Can't wait. Okay. Down here, right? Am I going the right way? The garage? The parking lot, right? No? Am I tripping? What is this? High grade? Okay. My goodness. The goat! The goat! Do you need more bullets? I do, actually. So welcome back, Javier. I left for moments and you came to Nemesis for the goats. I know, right? I'm such a goat. That's right, I'm the goat. Okay. We go here. I'm guessing. No? Can I use this? No? I need a key for this? Okay. What here? Can I go here? For some reason, we always end up in this gun shop. Okay, shotgun. Can I combine it? Here we go. Return to the subway station. Remember Kendall? Yeah, I remember Kendall. Because she's the goat. The goat is the GOAT. The sheep. Ooh. Yeah, I can't wait to play Village. Her Village is really good. Oh.
Jill.
Kendall, you're alright.
Yeah, all right to stretch. Sorry, I got a little jumpy there. Didn't know quite what to expect.
No shit. We're using the subway to get to
Thank for the bug. Thank for the hip pass.
Well,
Village made me cry for real. For real? For reals?
get out. There's gotta be a lot to do.
God, I want to play Biohazard too. I heard it's supposed to be scarier, right? Biohazard.
just bad timing is all.
Not because I'm scared. It was the feels. See.
You better. You're the best gunsmith around.
Oh no.
Don't do anything stupid.
Oh, that's
Yeah,
your job,
Biohazard
right?
is scary. I love scary games, honestly.
Take care, Jill.
Take care, Jill. Did I pick it up? Okay. Oof. I don't have room. Can I combine this? Okay. Alright. Oh, what the heck? It's literally a thingy. Oh, it's fine. Okay, I can put this away. This. We save it. We save it. And then we have key. Yeah, Biohazard is scary. Village was awesome, but my heart belongs to RE5. Ooh, RE5. RE5 is co-op, isn't it? I don't know who I should play with though. I kind of want to play RE5 with someone who didn't play it yet, you know. But we will see. Where do I go now? Oh, do I go to the garage? Okay. Wait, is this like before Leon? Like before Leon and Claire? Right? This is before Leon and Claire, right? Alright. Go to the garage. Okay, I still need a key for this, right? Can I use it here? Okay. Oh, true. Wanna play RE5 together? I mean, we could. I'm gonna have to see. That means I'm gonna have to send some rejection mails to people. It'll be fun to see you both get lost. I think I played RE5 though. I played it before with my brother, but oh my god! But I don't remember much from it. It was so long ago. Okay, I wanna grab this though. Oh, I don't need this anymore. Okay. Wait, I could bring this over here. Yeah, let me put it away. I have a green herb. Oh. Store this. Take this out. Combine with this. Take this out. Okay. And I'm dying a little bit. It's okay. As long as I don't die. September 28, Jill. September 30, Leon and Claire time. Oh, okay. So it is before. Before the guy killed his daughter. I see. Oh, wait. I'm in the wrong way. I'm dumb. Okay. Yeah. Okay. I probably played through RE5 like 12-15 times. 12-15 times? What? Oh my god. It's crazy. I hear something. Oh, wait, I could shoot you. Are you dead? Okay. Oh my god. When Shen shoots a zombie, are you dead? Oh my god! I just read that. Oh my goodness. The control are ass on PC. Honestly, I get it. At 9 AM, I'm gonna eat some breakfast. Ooh, have some good breakfast. I hope it's super good, Wolf. You know, you can just use the knife on that one, right? Really? Okay. I don't wanna like die though. I keep getting like tentacled. Okay? The way you asked to play. I'm sorry. It's like a habit. Habit. Alright guys, a habit. Pizza. But you're having pizza for breakfast? Werewolf. That's not healthy. I mean, no, neither am I. Oh, the toy statue. Oh, you're right. I just wasted my only bullet. It's fine. It's okay. It is a-okay. Dear editor, I'm writing to you because I'm troubled, deeply troubled. Anyone who's been a parent knows that Crystal Promenade is the place to take your kids to a trip downtown on Saturdays. And there's no store more popular or harder on a parent's wallet than Toy Uncle. Toy Uncle? What? However, I've noticed that on windy days, the big statue above the entrance wobble like the only thing holding it up is a couple of screws. If the statue head tumbles loose on a busy day, children would be badly hurt. As they should. I'm just kidding. I've complained to the manager 3 times now. But he just isn't willing to rectify the situation. Are we supposed to wait for a terrible accident to happen before taking action? No? If heads are going to roll, then let it be the managers. Take that death trap down. Timothy Wiles. 69. Lucky number 69. Oh my god, this man is a Karen. What about a hamburger to BF? Hamburger. I would love a hamburger. No, I don't have room. Damn. I need more space. Should I just put the grenade launcher away then? Kinda don't want to. Okay. This is fine. This is fine. Alright. I hope Mother can take me there. Ooh. Mother. Sorry, what? You guys spamming the emotes? Okay. Is this the only way out? This door? Anything for me to grab? Anything for me to grab? No? Oh. Of course. Of course! Wow! Wow! Wow!
Rocket launcher?
Wow! 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 Oh my god. Sorry. Okay. No! Oh my god. No way. No! Chill. Okay? Okay, Jill? Get some Tomb Raider action right here.
Carlos, that monster's on my ass again.
God, where is this motherfucker getting all these weapons? I know, right? I know, my exact reaction. Where is he finding all of this? Oh shit! Fuck! Okay. Slow motion. Oof. Jill! Jill, my woman! Jill, my woman! the dramatic slow-mo effect. I know, right? We go up? We go up the stairs? Up the stairs? Jill, stop limping. You're not even that damaged. You're not even that hurt. You're full health right now. Why are you limping? Okay.
Jill, you there? I think I know how to slow that fucker down. Head back towards the station.
And lead him right to you?
It's okay. Trust me.
Are we gonna hit him with the train? Is that the plan? Hit him with the train? Fuck. Okay. Over here. Oh, mommy, no. Resident Evil character has some great bodybuilders. I know, right? Do you have Wii console, Shen? I do not. I do not. But I do have a Switch. I have a Switch. What the heck? What even happened? What? I don't even know what happened. What? I don't even know what happened. What? What even happened? Okay. Sorry, chat. Yeah, I was reading chat. Okay, I did not expect him to just like come out like that. Okay. Okay. The head? Okay. Okay. It's gonna fall down, right? Can I go past it? Or no? Okay. Okay. Jill sandwich. I got Jill sandwiched. Okay. Woo! Okay. W dodge? Jill? W dodge? Okay. He runs so fast! He runs so fast! Oh my god!
You okay? Go. Go!
Run! He has a machine gun!
Come on. Let's get out of here.
Alright, Carlos. Go to the subway platform. Go on. Why are you stopping?
Carlos, I know we didn't get off to a great start. Thanks for the save.
Hey, you saved my ass first. You're a hell of a lot braver than me.
Damn right I am.
What matters is that we can get everyone out of the city now.
Yeah. Now go be safe.
Alright.
What about you?
Not from the sound of it. I won't be catching the train.
Okay.
Why not?
Nemesis scared me more on PS1.
If it means
I have
we don't save
mental
the city,
trauma from it.
fine by me.
Oh no. PS1 version Nemesis is more menace. Is it actually? Is it scarier? Okay. Not gonna lie, I don't remember if I like played any like PS1 games. I remember a lot of like my PS2 games and PS3 games. Like I was a big Sly Cooper player.
This isn't the last
I love Sly Cooper and like Ratchet and Clank. Those were my two favorite games.
I'm not gonna die on you, leave you in a cold, cruel, Carlos-less world.
Okay. You'll need to find this scientist.
Did you call us old? No. Hey, I used to have like a 64, like Nintendo 64 that I loved to play like Pokemon Snap, Pokemon Stadium. You know, it's so fun. And like Conquer Bad Fur Day. Yeah. Shen Loki bashing us? No. Did I say that? No.
Something else. Funny how brainless zombies can ambush a platoon like that.
Platoon.
Funny the gate was locked. Don't you think?
We got 13 witnesses. Well, womp womp. What?
Oh, is this fucker not dead yet? Just know they're gone. Yup, this way.
All the people they saved are dead.
What are you doing?
It's not after
Wow! This guy, I knew it. I knew there was gonna be one traitor. I knew it.
Get off my train. Shit's bad.
No way! He has a C4. What? That is badass. That is so badass. Damn. W. Nikolai looks like the old man for Left 4 Dead 2. He does actually. You know, I think that's like a stereotype, like the like a like a Russian, like a bearded, old, middle-aged, 60-year-old, like military man.
Keep your head screwed on. This is the police station. You sure?
Oh, we're playing Carlos now.
Looks like a cemetery to me.
Ooh, okay. Cemetery. Oh, we're in the police station. All right.
Brad, stop! T.
Easy on your ammo, okay? I know you got big guns out. Easy on ammo, okay.
Come on, man. Now
Gotcha.
you too.
No, Marvin!
Sorry.
Wait, is this how Marvin gets infected? No! Oh no!
locked.
Womp womp.
You stay on the door.
Wait! It's freaking. What's his name?
Get some.
No! What? No! You gotta be kidding me! Not like this. Not like this. Brad, exactly. Brad. Totally forgot his name again.
Where'd that cop go?
Don't know, don't care. We got a job to do.
Can I save?
If our intel's still worth a damn, then barge in
Goddamn.
Star's office. Let's find him and take
If you
him
don't
to
kill Brad, you see him looking around the station. Oh. Is that why I got an achievement for killing him?
Carlos, take a look at this. I've located the Star's office.
Oh god.
Remember, Bard had access to Umbrella's darkest secrets. He knows we'll try to
Which is creepy.
So this search and rescue mission is really more like find and
See.
detain. Right. Good to know.
I'll open the shutter so you can get through.
You stay here and find
I'm
out what's
liking
been
this.
going
I'm
on
liking
in
how
the
they
station.
connect the
Oh,
story.
yeah, to find it
It's like
fast.
Leon and Claire.
Hey, be careful.
Yeah. You too, man.
Okay. 13. Carlos. Do I get a map? Do I get a map? No. ID card security protocols. September 16, 1998. Each member of the force has been issued an ID card from now on. To access all storage boxes, do not lend your ID card to anyone. Take the great care in using it. If your card goes missing, report it immediately. Okay. Can I lose this then? Oh. More bullets? Wait, am I gonna meet what the liquor or something? Is that what they're called? Am I gonna see them?
What the hell was that thing?
What? Wait, oh my god. Yeah, I made a fan movie about it. I had fun connecting them. You made a fan movie? Wait, I gotta see it. You gotta share. Brad helped me to escape in RE1 and dying in RE3. So sad. I know. I know. So sad. I remember this dude here.
Couldn't have been a zombie.
I remember this dude too. No, I can't go here. What? This is crazy. This is so crazy.
Stick around. Here we go.
Oh my god, this crosshair. Ah, this crosshair! Okay. What? You alive? I hear something. Okay. Okay. Can I go here? Flash grenade. Gotcha. Alright, Carlos. Go in! Okay. Cap?
T, you copy? There's something real nasty in here.
Let me share Discord. Brad's death in PS1. RE3 is horrible. Oh. Cop. Can't find it. Then I'll share it later once I'm home. Alright. Alrighty. Okay. Unlock this. Can't go here. Ah! Oh my god. The door is blocking me. The door is blocking me. Blame it on the door. Blame it on the door. First aid spray. I'm sorry, I'm vacuuming. Okay. Sorry, I was panicking a little bit. Can you dodge? Oh my god. Sorry. He's dead. Carlos is dead. Carlos is dead. Carlos is dead. Carlos is dead. Too many zombies. Carlos is dead. My bad. Okay. Can I go here? Damn. Wanna know how Brad died in PS? Yeah, sure. Is it gonna affect my gameplay? Okay, combine this with this. Okay, can I use a smaller gun instead? What? Why is so many zombies? Okay, can I go here? Can I get ammo? What? What was the code for this? Does it matter? Please! Oh my god. So many zombies! Ah! Oh my god. Ah! Whoa! Oh my god! Oh god, Carlos, you suck! You suck! I'm so sorry. We're so bad. So bad. Absolutely terrible. He got tentacle literally? Oh, he got tentacled? By Nemesis? Inside his mouth? What? Oh my god. The cinematic is very traumatic when you play it when you are 6-year-old. I see. Ronnie Gray, unemployed, former electrician, unlawful creation and / or possession of explosive. Suspect was seen behaving suspiciously at 1442 Bog Street, September 18, 1989. Suspect person was searched producing a small explosive and a time detonator from inside his pocket, leading to the arrest of the charges listed above. A search of suspect home found more than 20 additional homemade explosives at various stages of completion. Suspect was extremely educated and not found as... Okay, yada yada. Wait, does this matter? Questioning had to be halted due to the amount of shrinking from the suspect. Questioning was assumed. Suspect made the following statement. I didn't do it for me, I did it for you. Why doesn't anyone understand? Of course, I attacked from the shadows. A storm is coming, but this umbrella is no good. Gotta blow up, or you'll be more than just wet. Gotta get more bombs. They're coming soon. Gotta hurry. Burn them. Burn the corpses. Burn them good. During the questioning, the suspect began to shake violently before resuming the shaking fit. Questioning was ended and the sedative. Okay. Notes: the explosive collected before the suspect person, and residents appear to be extremely powerful. As a safety precaution, the battery was removed from one detonation device above. Oh! Oh! Okay. Oh. I see now. Locked. Is there green herb anywhere so I don't die? There has to be one in here, right? No, wait, I came here. Over here. Go! Get away. Safety room? Can I go in? Okay. Let me save. Alright. Okay, what is this? Internal memo. Okay. Hero System 3 number company is safe. Move from Star's office. Oh, okay. Floor 1. Okay, this is the safe. 915-7. 915-7. 915-7. Do I have a green herb in here? No. Oh.
If cameras
Camera?
killed those things, I'd be set.
Okay. I'm dying. I'm dying so bad. A red herb? I don't need red. I need green. I need green. Okay. I'm ready. Should I go back? Wait, I'm literally deaf. Okay. Okay, what was it? 915-7? Oh, wrong one. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay. Shen? Javier? Okay, more space. Yeah, I'm about to die. Come on here right now, come on here right now. I will shoot you. You plan to stay late, right? Yeah, I really want to finish this before I end. Well, I want to finish it today.
Kind of fucked up shooting cops.
I love when you do that. Thank you. Alright.
Star's office is up ahead.
Copy that.
Star's office. Here. Note to friend, Hector. If you're reading this, I'm already dead. If you hear any noises coming up from the locker, do not open it, please. While you're on patrol, I focus on finding a way to get to the other side. I realize that explosive might be our best bet. I managed to wreck a pretty good bomb, but we don't have any batteries for the detonator. I'm pretty sure I sent one to the safety deposit room. During the intake last week, we need that battery if we're going to knock this wall down. So I headed upstairs to find you since I know you have the safety deposit room key. Okay. Upstairs room, right? Upstairs. Okay. As soon as I left the shower room, I was attacked. One of them bit me. I washed the wound as fast as I could, but I felt worse and worse. I hope I don't need to spell out why you must not open the locker. Please don't worry about me. Just get yourself out of here as fast as you can, you buddy Wes. P.S. Don't worry about the 600 I lent you. Think of it as a gift towards your upcoming move. Good luck, buddy. What? That's Wes. He's in the locker. God. Oh, green. Bye. Okay. Those stairs you just knew are scary. Yeah, you guys are making me want to play the PS1 one now. What was the code for this one? Oh, was it Cap? No way, it was Cap. Was it? Oh, did I do it right? Ah, it was Cap. Okay.
Better not.
Okay. Wow, it actually stopped me from opening it. Okay. I need a battery for this.
Okay. Guess we'll be doing this the exploding way.
Wait, can I use it? No? Well, oh, I need a battery. Okay. Can I just leave this here then? And then come back for it? Okay, upstairs. Can I open the lockers? No? Alright. Up. Well, I think I'll go to sleep if it was Saturday. I will stay, but tomorrow I have work early. That's okay, Javier. That's okay. Yeah, you should go sleep. Get rest. You know, don't stay up too late. You know, be a good, responsible person. Okay. No, I still don't know what the code for this one is. I never opened it at all. Not even into. Is it West? It's no W though. Okay. This door needs to. This wall needs to break. Upstairs room? Oh shit. Wait, what did you just... What? Anything here?
For fuck's sake. Why is it blocked?
Did it go the other way? How do I go the other way? Okay. I work and then he came to Selfware at my house. I have tired routine. Have a good night, beloved shit. Thank you, Javier. Is he a ghost? Oh, never mind. Have a good night, Javier. Get lots of rest. Make sure you lock your doors, lock your windows, lock your closet. Cause I'm gonna lurk. It's okay. Yeah, get lots of rest, sweet dreams. Work hard tomorrow. No, don't overwork yourself. You know, stay hydrated. Fuck. Woo! Fuck. Woo! Whoa! Oh my god! Run, Carlos. Run. Okay, I can't go there. Can I go here? Okay. Oh my god. I love how he just punches them. Okay. I gotta find a way to go to the other side.
Right. Big, warm RPD welcome.
Okay. I'm running. Okay, as blocked. Can I go over here? What if I press this? No?
Alright, you want me to keep out? I'll keep out.
Okay, this is covered. Wait, there's a green herb right here. What?
Area looks clear.
Is it actually though? Is that the only way I'm supposed to go? I can't go anywhere else. Okay. What over here? Wait, it's blocked. Please blocked. No way. How do I... Okay. It's just a straight path. Gotcha. Where the heck did Marvin go? Where did he go? Okay. The part's blocked. That door is locked. This is locked. Okay. This is the only entrance. Go here. The door is also locked. Whoa! Can I go in there? I don't think I could. Can I? Oh! Yeah? Yeah? Okay. Okay. Shit! Why did it scare me? Why did it scare me? Why did it scare me? Okay. I don't know why that scared me. Nothing in here. Can I? Okay. Where's the little? Can I hit it with a knife? From up here? Oh, okay. Like this. No? Okay. 109. 106. 104. Whoa! I thought you were dead! I thought you were dead! Oh my god. Okay. 109. Okay. 106. Sent too small? I am not small, alright? I stand at a good 5'11". Is that all of it? 102. I think it's only this one, right? Battery?
Mine now.
Okay, I don't need this key anymore. Discard. Okay. Grenade. There's nothing here I could grab. Nope. This is for Leon and Claire. Okay, now I could put a battery in the bathroom. I'm gonna just run. I'm just gonna run for it. Okay. Here we go, here we go.
Carlos, I've hit a dead end of the terminal here. Gonna head your way.
Copy that.
Okay. Combine this. There we go! That is not that far. Ooh. So that's how we broke the shower. Okay. Come here, come here. Why are there so many zombies? Oh god, I feel like I'm wasting so many bullets.
One at a time.
Wow!
Take the number.
Oh god. Are you kidding me? Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh god. Can I grab that? Oh my god. Fuck. Fuck you! Oh my god! Oh shit! Please! I just gotta mass kill them. Is that the strat here? Just mass shooting? Oh my god. Honestly, I didn't want to do that. Okay. First aid spray. More bullets. Okay. I use this. Anything else for me to grab? Oh, damn. Don't you have a grenade? You're right. Wait. I do. Run.
This asshole again.
Lady. It's okay. Star's office. Here we go. It's okay. It is okay.
Dr. Bard.
Weapon to the part where we take it easy. You know, sometimes you just gotta like brute force your way through, you know?
Surrounded by every kind of abomination. Look, just send in stars. They're gonna know what to do.
No, negative. RPD's overrun too.
Then figure it out.
Damn!
Brother's gone crazy. They're killing all the researchers. I am the only one who knows
You're such a goofball. Thank you.
You can either sit there with your
Hi Shen, hello Star! How are you, Star? Good morning. How is your morning?
Yeah, you would. You heard what he said. We can't turn him over to the company.
That's not our call to make. That's Mikhail's call. I'm gonna check the computer, see if I can trace the
His name is Mikhail? Wait, have I been saying it wrong?
Look around, see if you can find.
I've been saying Mikhail or like I know this Nikolai. Oh my god, I've been saying his name wrong. Mikhail's dead. He is dead. I'm okay, darling. I see. Should you take care of yourself, Star? Drink lots of water. You know, eat foods. Don't skip any meals.
Is that Jill in the front row?
Oh, that is Jill. It's a blurry picture though. Okay. Point the mansion incident. It got rejected? Oh my god. Thank you for the redeem, Senso. Thank you. So good morning, Senso. How are you? How was your day? Thank you for the redeem. Don't worry, I'm playing Mass Effect soon. Are you gonna stream it, Star? Are you gonna stream it? Oh my god. Okay. The bizarre incident occurred in a mansion owned by the Umbrella Corporation located in the Arklay Mountains. On July 23rd, STAR's Bravo team were dispatched to the Arklay Mountains to investigate a series of mysterious and grisly murders, and went unexpectedly radio silent. On July 24th, Alpha team were dispatched as well and became entangled in the events at the nearby mansion. The incident culminated in the destruction of the mansion. Casualties were numerous. The only survivors were 5 members of STARS. The cause of the incident was the illegal bioweapon experiments being carried out in the secret Umbrella lab beneath the mansion. T-virus being used in these experiments escaped the facility and is presumed to be the root cause of all that occurred. However, all evidence was destroyed along with the mansion, so further investigation was proven to be extremely difficult. I see. Did you drink Monster? I did. I am on Insanity. On Insanity! That is crazy, Star. That's crazy. Good luck. I probably shouldn't stay up anymore, Lamel. I got decently far on the hair though. Oh, nice, Kenny. I would love to see it. Murder. I hardly even know her. Ha 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 ha. So do you know the new VTuber test? I do not. Are you gonna show it to me later, Senso? Alright, now I had 2 healing. Okay, noise. Okay. I think we're good on stuff. Oh wait, what is this? More flash grenades? Okay. Test. Okay. Testicles? Oh my goodness, oh my goodness. Fuck, you got me there. No, after you said that, bad timing. Yeah, there's a delay, but that's okay. Oh, that was a good one. That was a good one, Senso. Good one. God damn, I can't believe I fell for it. I did not see that one coming. Actually, that's crazy. Okay, what do I do now? Is there a boss fight after this?
Yo, what's up?
I believe you are 1/8 of the story. What, just 1/8? I swear to God, it's funny how I can tell if you drink Monster or not just from hearing you speak. Yeah, I'm like super hyper, and I'm like speaking super fast and slurring my words a little bit. It's a good high. It's fine. Honestly, cause I've been sleeping like really early this past couple like days. That, you know, I wanna play RE3, finish it today. So I'm gonna be up for a while. I was like, I might as well drink a Monster so I can stay up. I mean, you've been running back and forth earlier. No. Oh, Jill? You have like 3 chapters more, I think? Okay. 3 more chapters. Yeah, I'm like 4 hours in, right? Almost
Carlos?
4 hours?
Come in. Carlos? Damn it. I guess I'm out of range.
Are we close to finishing the game? Yeah, almost. It's like a really short game. Like 5 hours. UBCS new weaponry notice. Good news, limp dicks! I got some new weaponry for you that's guaranteed to put that brass back in your sacks. They're called mine rounds. These babies were developed by Umbrella Military R&D. And they will light your fires even harder than the lover you left back home. They're tough to fight and tricky to handle, but trust me, they're worth it. Alright, let's take a look at the specs. Okay, mine rounds are designed for standard issue grenade launcher. Don't get cute and try to load them in anything else. Fire them at walls or the ground and they'll stay right where you put them. The sensor, oh my god, the sensor in the mine will detect approaching enemies and detonate when they get within range. So basically just toss them in an enemy's path and you got yourself a landmine. There's no such thing as unfair when you're taking on those giant freaks. So get out there and fight dirty. Okay. Landmine. Mine rounds. Put some stuff away. Or, wait. Lotus? Okay. Grenade launcher. First aid kit. Damn. If she doesn't get lost, she'll be done in an hour or 2. Normally you can finish it in 3 hours. So more than okay, buddy. I think I can finish it in like an hour, yeah. An hour? Seems good, yeah. Okay. More land rounds? No zombies, no zombies. I bet you take more than 2. You wanna bet on it? Come on. Whoa. Oh no. Oh god. You know what, I'm just gonna run through. Speed run! What is this? Speed run! Ah! Oh my god. Okay. Anything else? Loot, 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 loot. No. No loot. Looks like we will see Shen doing nice strat on the boss battles. Did you really just shoot the statue with a shotgun? I did! I did! Don't judge, okay? Escape the creature. Where is the creature though? Oh. Green herb, green herb. Okay. I'm hurt. Poor shotgun shell. Well, you will see. Okay, I will see. Combine this. Okay. Now I got multiple healing rounds. Look, Itoshi, look. Oh fuck. Look at this. Look at this. Alright. I got no more pistol rounds. It's just shotgun. 3 bullets of shotgun. That's it. And grenade launcher. That's it. That's all I have. She's an Apex player. Anything that looks human, she'll shoot. Oh no! Wait, he's on fire? It's just like me, for reals, for reals. Oh, 7%. Thank you.
Everybody's dead. Mikhail, everybody.
Everybody.
Nikolai left us to die.
Wait, what?
What the fuck?
Shit!
Jill, what happened? Jill,
Uh-oh. Jill just roasted me too for not being able to swim. You can't swim! Oh my god, Itoshi. You know, nice to know there's someone who's like me, for reals, for reals. He saw, you get it? Cause he's on fire? Haha. 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 Damn, Jill! You're amazing. Oh no, you can't kill that thing with 3 shots? I could watch. What? Don't forget I have grenade launchers and grenades. Yep.
Come on!
How do I kill it though? Roar. Roar XD. He just roar XD me. He just roar XD me! Oh god. Whoa! Oh god. Okay, no, I noosed it all. Come on, come on. Come on, doggy! Come in! I'm dead. I'm dead? Oh my god! Get up, Jill, get up! don't think I can kill it. If I'm being for reals. Can I even kill it? Am I even killing it? Am I even doing damage? I'm not even sure. I don't have anything else. I have... Oh my god. I only have 2 grenades. Hold on. E? Is that how I use it? Hold on guys, somebody's knocking on my door. BRB. Knife kill? You're right, you're right. Okay, I'm back. Okay. Okay. So E to use my grenades. Okay. You too immersed? I got it, guys. I got it. There should be more loose in the cart. In the car. Okay. In the car. In the car. In the car. In the car. Woo! Fuck. Okay. That was good. That was. I don't need that. I need this. I need this. Fuck. Can I drop one of these? Oh wait. I have 14. Woo! Oh my god. Jill! What? I died! Wait, she was in the red? I didn't even notice. Okay. That was good, that was good. That was... that was good. I was so focused on getting like bullets. Oh. Okay. Oh, we switch guns. Okay. Wah! I missed! Okay. While we're here, I'm gonna grab this. Fuck. Damn! Okay. Put this down for now. Okay. Simple, simple, simple. It's like, it's kind of like playing, you know, Zelda, you know? Just dodge and bow and arrow, you know? Who are you? Come at me, come at me, come at me! Woo! Oh my god. I need ammo, I need ammo. Run! Oh my god, Jill! Can you run? Okay. Oh, sheesh. Okay. Damn, I can combine it like that. I have to manually. Oh my god. Did I hit it? Ah! Oh. No way! What is he doing now? He's gonna jump? He's gonna jump, huh? Anyway. Woo! Oh my god. Ah! Run! Okay. More ammo, I need more ammo, I need more ammo! Ah! Chill! How the fuck did I survive that?
Gotta find a way to stop it.
How do I stop it? What is this? Jump at me! Jump at me! I swear to God!
Take a nasty fall.
Jump at me! Jump! Do it! Okay. Where are you? Woo! Fuck you! Shit. Run! 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 Stay close to the center! The circle, please! Am I gonna die? Okay, I'm still fine.
I need to stop it in its tracks.
How do I stop it in its tracks, though? Is there like a... Oh my god! Fuck. What did I trade it for? What did I trade it for? Damn. Two bullets. Ah! Oh my god! Oh my god! I miss cooking! I miss cooking! Fuck! Chill! Okay. Anything. I need ammo! I need ammo, please! How do I stop it in its tracks? Do I do like... Yeah. Woo! Fuck! Am I missing something? Oh god. Oh god. Oh my god! Oh my god! BRB, ready for you! Thank you for the like! Thank you! How shit like I was getting eaten like that? I don't know. Oh nice. Hope you have a beautiful piece of day. Yup. Get home safe! Drop something you won't use in this fight. Jack and Jill went up the hill to fish a bottle of water. Jack fell down and broke his crown. Damn, those are such great advice and so great advice. Okay. I think I need to like... Huh. The clock tower? Did I have to break the clock tower? Is that what it is? Or like one of these?
I need to
thing?
stop it in its tracks.
How do I stop it? Did I shoot something? Fuck. I feel like I have to shoot something. Like a car or something? What do I have to shoot? This? Fuck. No, that's not it. Shoot in his tracks. Why shoot his tracks? The clock tower. It has to be the clock tower.
It's too
No?
hard to hit while it's moving.
Oh, the fucking building. This is right. Am I tripping? Is it not that? I think I'm tripping. And I'm also out of bullets. Oh my god! Please. Please. Caution. Damn! I think it's a tower? I think so too! Fuck. Okay. I gotta find a way to get rid of the tower. How do I do that though? Oh, okay. I think I got it. I think I got it. Equip this. Right? Fuck. Okay. Is that what it is? Right? What did I do to this building?
How do I kill this thing?
How do I kill this thing? No? I'm out of bullets. Literally, I'm out of bullets. Damn! Jill, get your ass up! Okay, mine rounds. Go, okay. I need him to start climbing. Please, please climb. Please. Please climb. No. Is that not it?
It's too hard to hit while it's moving.
No.
I'm gonna kill you.
Oh! I just gotta hit it while he's like moving. That's it! Oh god.
Right? Let's do this.
Is that it? I just gotta hit him while he's like fucking running in a circle. Where did you get all those bullets from, Jill? I know for sure I had one bullet left.
You still there?
Fucking Jill. Can I go through here now? God damn. The bullet count doesn't match. Exactly, right? Alright, shit, I have to go back to clean some of the lines I did like a month ago because they were too big. I'm going to bed though. Have a good rest of the stream. I hope everyone has a good rest of the day. Thank you, Kenny. Thank you. Have a good night. Make sure you lock your doors, lock your windows, lock your closet, because I'm gonna lurk. I'm gonna watch you dream. Alright? Thank you for coming though. Good luck on your drawing. Oh, what the heck? What the heck is that? She got stabbed. Nikolai, you traitor.
You've done me a big
Oh god. Okay, Jill's kind of big brain. Jill is very big brain. Now if I watch you through your window. Alright, Kenny. Jill is dead? Jill, she can't be dead, right? She's the main character.
Answer me. God damn it.
She got infected. She got infected.
What's going on?
Because she got hit by,
Jill's been infected.
yeah.
I'm taking her to the hospital. Maybe Dr. Bard can save her.
All right, I'll meet you there.
Shouldn't have the 2 monster can. Oh my goodness.
You hang in there, Super Cop. I got you.
Damn, it only took me 2 tries. I only died once in that boss battle. God damn. Spencer Memorial Hospital. The 1 hour bed is still up? Alright.
I'm gonna get you the vaccine. You okay?
Now we're playing Carlos. Okay. Gotta save this. 16. Alright. Imagine if he bumped her head while we come here. Honestly, yep. Honestly, yep. Not gonna lie, if my little nephew was still a kid, I would like look after him. And sometimes when I carry him, I would bump his head to like the side of the door frame. And you know, it's okay. He cried a little bit, you know, but it was an accident, you know?
I'll go on ahead.
And she just died due to fracture? No. No. Shen? Senso? First aid spray. Okay. You hear? I'm never letting my kids near you. Senso, you act like you're gonna have kids. Says the maidenless. That is funny. If I ever had them, yeah, exactly. See? Spencer Memorial Hospital was okay. Yada yada. We don't need to read that. Okay. Can I unlock this? No. Do I need a lockpick? Can I just take the one from Jill? Come here. Damn, that takes so much. What the hell? What the hell? We got all the time. We got all the time. Okay, this guy really sucks. His pistol is so bad. Okay. Combine this with this. Okay. Anything here that I can take? No? God. I'm not maidenless. Watch me get a maiden this year. Oh, really, Senso? Alright. You do? We're gonna celebrate. Celebration stream? Nice. Nathaniel Bard. Tape player? Nurse Journal, September 25th. What the heck? No support? I say, no, I support you. I support you, Senso. You got this. Hooray! I'm rooting for you. One day. Every day, they bring in more of these mystery illness patients. The sedatives don't stop their delirium, so we had to put them in straitjackets and move them to the isolation wing. Problem is, the isolation wing is already bursting at the seams. The director has ordered us to admit anyone with symptoms free of charge, but what does he expect us to do? Wish them better? We don't have a cure. But that's not all that's bothering me. When these patients die, they're not collected by the usual mortuary teams. They've been told it's special handling to prevent the illness from spreading. But I'm not sure I buy it. Miranda saw some guys wheeling a body through the forbidden door during the night. Why? Where? What's going on? Oh? Zombies? Can I use this? No?
Dr. Bard, are you in there? I'm here to rescue you. Open the door.
Open the door. Why do you have Unsafe as a tag? Why not? I think I'm pretty unsafe, you know? Am I not unsafe? I think I'm unsenso, haha, cause I'm not senso, you know? Cause you're senso. Get it? Haha. I hate these bullets. These bullets sucks. I hate these. Aha, indeed. Why won't this guy die? Can I loot this one? Whoa! Whoa! Get off me! Combine with this. Fuck! Damn! I keep forgetting to switch my weapon. Okay. In here. What? I might as well use one of these. Since I have so many. It's locked. Okay. Get off me! It's not a crime when a guy is hot, aka Gojo. Honestly, if it's Gojo, I'll be fine with it. Base indeed, base indeed. I don't want to go here yet. Damn, I guess I have to. What is this? Can I take that? No? Anything? Stuff only? Okay. Say 17. Green herbs? What? I keep getting so many herbs. So many plants. Is that it? What is this? I don't even know why people say base. Base is like W. Like the letter W. Like, honestly, I don't know either. I'm still learning what CAP is. A Nurse's Journal, September 27th. Admitted over 20 mystery illness patients. Patients in the isolation wing is exhibiting severe limb necrosis, fever, moderate delirium, and signs of hyperphagia. Possible infection? Question mark. Tried every antiseptic. Still no blood work back from the research wing. Ask again. Dr. Young was bitten while treating one of the patients. We disinfected the wound, but his fever won't go down. Nothing works. Meanwhile, the outpatient wing is completely anarchy. The patients are delirious and growing more violent by the minute. We called in our off-duty staff. It's all hands on deck now. We have got to contain this chaos. Alright. That is everything. We move along. Is that a map? Okay. What? So now I have a map? For the first time? Alright. What's cooties? Cooties is like germs. It's basically just germs. You know? So you say, oh my god, you have boy cooties. So you're saying a person have boy germs. You know? It's like a kid word. It's a word that you use in like elementary. Yeah.
Okay, not this way.
Not this way. Did I come here? No, right? I haven't been here yet. Safe? A note about tape recording. That's what she said. I don't get it. Huh? Dakota. I think I know what happened to the missing tape of Dr. B. His research assistant took it. One of my patients saw Abbott remove something from the locker in the nurse's station and walk towards the treatment room. I tried to sneak in and look during the night shift. You just stay cool and keep doing your job. I don't care how important Dr. B is to the medical community. That kind of harassment is not okay. I promise, I won't let them destroy the evidence. He's a pig and an asshole. And we'll get his day in court. Stay brave. Stay strong, a friend. Okay. I need a key card. Okay. Oh my god, why is there always so much zombies? Whenever I play him! There wasn't this much zombies when I played freaking Gel. Fuck, are you kidding me? Oh my god. Did I come here? Oh. Is that what I said? Jesus, so immature, Senso. Oh my god. So immature, you know? You should grow up. Can I go here? Okay. Green herb. Staring in the Hall of Fame. Yo, I'm missing all my shots. Okay. Here you go. Bro is dead. Okay. The Apex is showing shit. You know, since I was just talking about how I kind of want to stream Apex tomorrow. I kind of want to stream Apex tomorrow. You know? It's fun. Okay. I don't know why I went down here for. Can I go back? What is this? Key? I throw this out. Click. No! I didn't mean to go over here. Oh, can I join? Yeah! I was gonna stream it in the morning. You know? 28? Okay. Open? Anything? Okay, now I'm just back here. Wait, no, this is a dead end. What? Why did I come back? Okay, now I'm back here. You need the key for the door, yeah? Yeah, but I don't remember what door. That's the issue. Oh yeah, I haven't went up here yet. That's right. Oh. Wait, did I come up here? I did! Oh, I did come up here. That little gremlin keep... That's what she's... Hey! Over here... Can't go here. Okay, I'm full on ammo. This is where I came from. Here. 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 This is where I came from. Oh, wait, no. This is a... I need a key card for this. Not a key. Was that a shadow or am I tripping? That was a monster, Senso. It was a monster. Yep. I saw it too. He runs across. Okay. What is this? Oh! Okay. There you go. How do I get over there? How do I get over there? Okay. The green herb. I don't think I need that. Okay, I'm so stuck. I'm going in circles. Not gonna live stream is way too scary to watch. What sense are you scared? What are you scared for? You're not even the one flying. Also, I feel like this is like less scarier than like Visage when I play Visage or like other horror games. Okay. What do I need a key for though? What the heck was that? Okay, I need a... Okay, I'm back here. Did that? I need it for that. Oh my god! Fuck! Scared me! Oh my god. Okay. Fuck. Oh, this! This? No. No, I need a lockpick. I was doing away. Sorry, sis. It's okay. That got me too, okay? The jump scare got me. Okay. Wait, no. What's... I'm so lost! Okay. Chill. Can I put some stuff away? No? Okay. Tape player. Put the grenade away. This one too. I'll put one of these away. I'll take this out. Put one of these away. I think I only need two. Okay. There. Now I got more space. Can we just let her die? No! Joe's like the main character. Okay, she's like super hot too, you know? Can't let, you know, the hot character die. Okay, I need wire cutters. Wire cutters. Won't move on. Okay. How do I get over there? Do I have to... Save her? Honestly, she do be hot. Yeah, she's really hot. I love Jill. Okay, I don't think I've been here yet. Oh no, yeah, I was here. Okay, need a key card for that. Go here. Over here. Okay. Over here. Can't jump over? Are you kidding me? Okay, there's a window there. Let's take this. Maybe if I could get back up to the second floor. Yeah. Upper floor? That's what I'm trying to do right now. But there's only like 2 windows I could jump out of. Wow! How are you alive? Did I not kill you? Okay. Over here. There's that window. And then there's a window over here. How do I get to that window? Also, thank you for the hydrate, Fate. Thank you. I have a water bottle here. Thank you, thank you. Thank you for the bonks. Thank you. Okay. This. I don't know which. I don't know which window goes where though. I think I jumped out this one, right? Let me jump out of here. Okay. Now I'm here. On this side. How do I get over there? Okay. These 2 corners is a no-no. Now I gotta walk all the way. All the way up. Did you see the art, Shinobi Boshi? I will look at it. Sure. I'll look at it after stream. Not after stream. At the end of this. For sure. For sure. Promise. Fate. Okay. So these two is a no. Oh no, these two are a no. How do I get over here? Over here? It's fucking blocked! Oh wait! I didn't go here yet. Okay, Shinobi Bushi, what's that? Shinobi Bushi. Hold on. Are you dead? Yeah, I gotta make sure they don't like come back to life, you know? You know? Okay. Nurse Journal September 29th. We tried. I swear to God we did, but there's nothing else could be done. The chaos is completely beyond control. Victims are pouring in now, dying and spreading the infections faster than we can reach them. So we've given up trying. Those of us who are infected have barricaded ourselves in here. We can hear the cries for help outside, screaming, but none of us will go out there because it'll be the end of us. I can't believe we abandoned our patients. It's the worst sin imaginable for a nurse. I can't stop shaking, but I want to live. I want to live. 9 p.m. We heard the helicopter flying overhead and immediately started crying and hugging each other, thinking a rescue team was on the way. But then the sound grew distant. And all we're left with now is the moaning of the dead and the silent scream in our hearts. We're all about to lose our minds. Dr. Young, Ariana, Miranda, Dakota, I'm sorry I failed you. Something's coming. Help, M. Help, M. Help, M. Calling a dead person? Ariana Grande? Ariana Grande? Grande. Okay, memo from administration. ID cards are not taken off hospital grounds under any circumstances. As per se of security measure, all employees must store the ID card in their own personal lockers. Okay. The key to the locker room has gone missing. The last person to have it may have dropped it somewhere in the courtyard. Outside? Are you kidding me? Until it is recovered, we will keep a spare key here in the office. Please stop by the administration by the end of your shift to borrow it. Okay. Calm down. Okay. Guess I gotta go out. What? Oh. This is the key. Okay, locker room. Okay. No! Fuck! God, I don't know why I got scared. Have you seen that interview, Shen? I don't think I have. No. I swear to God, it says so. I swear to God. You swear to God what? It's nothing to swear. Okay. Since I have the key, I can just leave. Gotcha. I'll die of a heart attack. Sensei, you should go to bed. Go to bed? I'm almost finished with this game. What are you? What are you? Can you see? You see? Can you see? Good. Ah! Fuck! Oh my God! Can I even kill it? Can I go in here? Safe. Just in case. Just in case. This. Restore this. Okay, I don't need this. Restore this. Okay. Should I take the grenade with me? I'll take this. No. This one. I'll take this one. Oh god. Remember to save it again? I got it. If it doesn't one-shot you, it's killable? Okay. So you keep your stuff. You're right. I just overlap it. Yeah. Okay. Got it. I'm ready to run. Okay, where's the room that needed the key card? Was it this one? Courtyard? Dead end. Down. Good luck. Thank you, Senso. Thank you. I'm a pro gamer. I'm a pro gamer. Okay, that's the dead end. Right here. Operator. Anything? I need anything. What is this? More ammo? What? Why so much stuff? So much stuff? Is it a boss battle? You gotta be kidding me. So much loot. This is not a good sign. What? No way. What is this? Green herb? Oh god. Okay. Eight bullets. Scared. Okay. I'm going in. Is that everything? Okay, I can't go there. Where was Jill? Jill? Was he in here? Okay. Yeah, I'm trying to go to the other place. But I don't remember. Where was it? Was it not in here? Was it over here? Simple lock. Padlock? Oh, I skipped it. Okay. Padlock door? Wait. Voice locked room. Which room was it? Was it this one? Second floor? Simple lock. Safe. Was it on the second floor? Am I tripping? God, my sense of direction is like not here. Oh! Wait, no, wait, it's not this. Wait. Second floor. Fuck, okay. Second floor. Up here. Something with the follow! Noodle 278. Thank you. Welcome in. Hello, hello. How are you? How is your day? Right now I'm playing some RE3. Yes, sir. This is my first gameplay ever. First run ever of RE3. I'm good. How about you? I'm doing great. Doing really good. I'm pumped. I'm ready. I'm about to beat this game. Hopefully. Yes. Okay, can I go in here? Oh yeah, it's right here. Okay. Right here. She's high on Monster Energy. Oh my god, it's right there. It's right there. Okay. Yep, have you played this before, Noodles? Is that how you found me? Okay. Yeah. Got it. Okay. Quiet. Quiet. Okay. Need a lockpick. I don't have a lockpick. Oh God. I was just browsing on Twitch and stumbled on your stream. It looked interesting. Oh my god! That is amazing. Honestly, it's like very... Usually it's very chaotic here. Not chill at all. Warning. Shen is very interesting. Let's see. I am very interesting. Oh fuck! God, are you gonna die? Are you gonna die? There's two! Oh God. Are you killable? Woo! Woo! I'm dead! God. Damn. Welcome back, Itoshi. Welcome back. Then you survived the Nemesis fight? Yes, I did! I only died once to Nemesis. Amazing, right? I swear to God, I'm sorry, Senso. You gotta deal with some monster jump scares. I can tell, especially since she said she's high on Monster. Yeah, I'm a bit of a caffeine addict here. I can't watch this. No, Senso. You little scaredy cat. Oh my god. I was watching the whole time his Nemesis fight. Don't like Shen is bad. Okay, the Nemesis fight was... You know, I think I did pretty good. Alright. Where did I go? Wait, should I load? Hold on. Which one's this one? The treatment room? Alright. I'm ready. I'm ready. I'm ready. I'm pumped. I'm pumped. A bit of a caffeine addict. Yeah, just a little bit, you know? It's down. I just gotta don't die, you know? Just don't die. He's gonna get up again. Watch. Okay. Got it. Okay. So you practically survive on caffeine? Yeah. But it's like, you know, I can't function. If I don't have it, I cannot function. Okay, on a scale of 1 to 10, how bad of an addict are you? Like, a can a day keeps the drowsiness away. Yep. Did you punch the hunter? I did! Maybe an 8? Hunter is the name of the monster? Oh! Alright, that's right. He's gonna come here. Can I leave? Oh god. Okay. Can I go around? I'm a runner. Sorry guys, I'm a coward. I'm a born coward. Okay. There you go. Shen's water is caffeine? Honestly, yeah. He's just standing there. Can he not leave the room? What if I just shoot him right now? Wait. I have a grenade. Wait. This grenade. Is he dead? Okay. Wait. That was so easy. Come here. Come here. Run. Carlos, run. Where is he? Is he here? Wait, he's just standing there. Wait. Never back down, never what? Never give up. You ask him politely, he will. Ah! Oh my god. Is he gonna chase me? Where is he? He's just standing there. Okay, little does she know she will need a grenade later. Do I actually? It's okay. I'm really bad at grenade. Don't follow me, please. No! Fucking fuck. Get her! Come here! Come on! Wait! Did he run back? Fuck! He doesn't leave this room! Consent is key, Shen. Womp womp. I mean, you survived earlier. You'll be fine. I believe in you. Punch him. You're right. Shoot and dodge, right? Shoot and dodge. You're right! Oh my god! Punch! Ah! Oh fuck! Wait! Oh. You're right. You're so right. Why am I being a coward for? You just gotta go for it. Oh my god. It's so easy. So easy! Oh my god. Okay. Can I combine this together now? Alright. Can I play it? No? Okay. Easy! That's a goat. I'm a goat. I'm the goat! The goat! Oh my god. Alright, hopefully there's nothing waiting for me here. No? Okay. Now we go back. What the fuck? Woo! Woo! Are you kidding me? Ow! Woo! 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 Honestly, by the way, did you try opening Dr. Bard's door without missing a key? Dr. Bard's door is the one with the voice thingy, right? It's a funny interaction you try. I don't know. I think I did. The bell is so adorable. I can't. I think it was the sound alerts. Okay. Do I have to kill them again? Hopefully not, right? Damn. Damn! Please. Okay. So join your Discord is cool, but just FYI, I can be a very petty person sometimes, just a tiny bit. That's okay, that's okay. As long as you behave. As long as you behave, it's fine. So welcome to the Discord! Okay. Just join Shinobi's back rooms. Okay. Alright. What's being petty me? Like, holding... I actually don't know. Holding a grudge kind of thing, I think. Ish. And revenge kind of thing. I don't know. What is the definition of pettiness? Okay, 1v1, come here! Come here! Oh my god. Get here! Come here now, come here. Ah! Punch, 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 punch! Oh my god. I lost him, I lost him, I lost him. Where is he? No way, I'm bullying him! No way! This is so easy! Oh my god! Okay. What's behave mean? Like... like, following directions, you know? Welcome to the harem? It's not a harem! It's not a harem! Okay. I got you! This is so easy! I could parry! Oh shit! I'm about to die. Oh my god. Bully him! Bully him! I'm bullying? And I died! I died just like... I died just like that. I died just like that. Damn, why is it so hard to kill them? Damn, my ego is getting to me. Actually. Go get them, goats. I just read that. Shen Loki shipping guys in Discord server. I'm not shipping, okay? They just happen to like, you know, yeah. God damn. God damn, getting past these guys is harder than fighting Nemesis. Actually. Okay. Get up. Get up. I know you're still alive. Are you not? combine this. Oh, I don't need you anymore. Might as well discard you. Alright. Okay. Got it, got it. Guys, blink twice and you think it's a harem? Blink, blink? Blink, blink! It's not a harem! It's not a harem. Come here! Come here! Come here! No. Run, run, run. Oh fuck! Oh fuck! Shoot! 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 I need to reload! Not fair! Not fair! Oh god! Fuck! No way. Okay. Why can't I just save it right here? Okay. Be gentle, woman. Open the door for my guy. She's getting on in a 1v1. I'm trying. If you message it, you can definitely survive RE2. 4? Okay. Same mechanics? Okay. Gotcha. Whoa! Fuck! Oh god. He kills me in like 2 hits. I know that for sure. No way! This is so hard. If you die again this flashbang, just run for it, pick up the thing and run. Okay. Got it. Now I low-key want to kill him. Okay. What's your flash yourself? Hey yo. You can't kill them, finish them. Exactly. Fuck, I'm dumb. His pistol sucks so much. I hate it. Why are you by the door? We're gonna... Okay. You're being sussy, Shen. I'm not. Okay, I don't need this. Discard. Alright. Okay, combine. Alright. Wait, I killed the other guy with a grenade. Should I? I'm just gonna lose it. Should I lose it? I don't know. I don't think I should. Hold on, wait, can I equip this? Okay. Come here, motherfucker! Okay. MF, come here. Oh my god. Come here, MF. Come on. Wow! Wow! Come at me! Wow! Easy! Come on, son! Jeez. Got this. Okay. Let me unlock this real quick. Okay. Okay. Fuck! Shit! Fuck! Wait. Fuck! It hit the ceiling! Fuck! It hit the ceiling! It's not my fault, okay? Okay, run. Run! Damn! Fuck! Okay. Okay, easy! Fucking email. Easy! Okay. Oh god. Okay. Damn. Okay, I better not die. 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 Okay. I better not die. God damn. Okay. I better not die. Where was it again? Where was it? Open! Okay. Was here, right? No, not here. Can I just jump down the window? Jump down the window! Okay. Okay. There we go! Easy! Easy! Coward strats! Coward strats! Let's go. Okay. Fuck! Fuck! Are you kidding me? Please! Okay. Please. Just leave me alone. Please! Okay. Please! Let me just walk by! God. Okay. Oh my god. Damn. Okay, I need a lockpick for this. Okay, red herb. I don't have that much bullets left. Hold on. Let me go back. Save. Where's Jill? Jill, my love. Was Jill here? Am I tripping? Okay. Jill, my love. Okay. Where's the... Okay. There we go. There we go. Okay. Oh my god. He really anime pushes them. Yeah, it's like this one Street Fighter character. I forgot. He kind of fights like Terry from like Smash Bros. Okay. Try without putting the key and see some hilarious comments by Carlos. Okay. Will do, sir. Will do. Okay. So why is this? Key first aid. I'm gonna take this. Hand grenade? Put this away. Okay. There we go. I'm ready. I'm ready. I'm ready. Hold on, let me save again. 23. Okay. I'm ready. Going all out. Yeah, exactly. I've never played Street Fighter. I think Street Fighter has like Ryu. Yeah, they punch like that basically. Yeah. Okay, which room was that over here? Is that it? What I knew it was that it. News?
Open sesame.
No voice match found. That's it?
This is Nathaniel Bard. Open the door, please.
No way. Is it gonna say different line?
You piece of shit.
Hey, how many lines are there?
Guess it has to be the voice of someone with clearance.
Oh, Carlos, the man that you are. Okay.
All I wanted to know was what the documents were doing in your office in the first place.
Who do you think you're talking to? I'm goddamn Nathaniel Bard. I'm the best biologist you'll ever meet.
Goddamn Nathaniel Bard.
Of course I have connections higher up. Of course the military consults with me on projects beyond your comprehension.
Oh?
So stop wasting my time with your nosy questions.
I'm sorry, Doctor.
You didn't read the documents, did you?
No, I should have been...
Voice recognition equal high security.
Good. If that's all,
Exactly.
you can go back to wiping your patient's ass. That's what they pay you for, right? And polish my shoes.
No, I have never met a person who like
You know a lot about polishing.
sounded like me.
Fuck off and don't say a word to anyone.
Which is so weird, you know? Because usually when I hear like other people's voices, they sound like remotely similar to people I've met before, you know? But I get told that I sound like a child, so... Are you Nathaniel Bard? Is he dead?
Tyrell, Bard's dead. He's been shot.
Celine sounds like you? Yeah, we have like similar like tones. Like we're laughing. I found your voice quite unique. Yeah, I have a very unique voice. One of a kind. Banquet invitation. Dear Dr. Bard, it is my pleasure to quarterly invite you to a banquet on September 10th at the Central Hotel, where we will be exchanging viewpoints on Raccoon City's new Special Medical Zone, SMZ. Attending will be Mayor Michael Warren, Chief of Police Brian Irons, and other distinguished members of our community. Thursday, September 10th, 1998, 6 o'clock p.m., the Orient Restaurant, the Central Hotel, 2nd floor. We will be honored if you joined us. Sincerely, Greg Tester, United States Senator. Handwritten note. Nate, I'll be introducing the bill for that new drug of yours in mid-August. Bring the cash. We've booked a suite for the usual after party. You're a brunette guy, right? I'll let Aaron know. Aaron's no? Brunette guy? He doesn't look brunette to me. He's I mean, he's literally balding. Okay. Okie dokie. Okay. More herbs. I don't want any space. It's fine. Okay, on the bright side, you're almost done. Maybe another hour? Another hour! Okay. Email from Nathaniel Bard. To Greg Tester. Reply immediately. Greg, I know you're watching the news. This virus is going to divide the whole country. The dead will wash over Capitol Hill like a tidal wave. You're not safe. However, you've always been a good friend to me, so I'd like to offer you a way out. I have in my possession 1 dose of a vaccine of the virus. The Holy Grail! And it's not for my family. Not for the ladies on the side. No, Greg, I'm serious for you! I know better than anyone that you're the future of the United States. But if you want the goods, Greg, you have got to get me the hell out of here now without Umbrella finding out. Lean on the Pentagon for me. I know you got the clout. See if someone can get the rescue team here without UBCS involvement. You scratch my back, I scratch yours. We should sound pretty chaste after the parties we've been to. Hurry, my time's running out. Nate. Oh. Oh my god, you sound tired? Honestly, I am tired. I'm out of caffeine. Okay, it's been 5 hours. I'm like past my bedtime. Thank you for the head pass. Thank you, thank you. Maybe get some rest you need to, for sure. After this stream, I'm gonna knock the F out and then wake up and play some Apex. For sure, for sure.
But those sons of bitches at the board, they want to destroy it. They don't want the world to know what they've done. So they're trying to erase all evidence that the virus ever existed.
Oh.
No, I'm not a fool. I know they don't want me to...
Oh. That's me whenever I'm streaming and somebody knocks on my door. I have to mute myself.
She trusted me anyway.
God. No. Fuck. I'm off to make some dinner. I'll be lucky again. Thank you for the like. I'll be watching you make dinner. Ha ha ha. Oh my god, he cooks. He has a job. Oh my god. He's single, guys. Look at that. Okay, not. Where do I put? Yeah, I'll just get rid of. I get rid of this since I'm not gonna lose it.
All right, Joe.
Okay.
Hang tight.
Shen Loki hitting on me. To be fair, I do that to everyone. Alright.
I'm headed your way.
Be careful.
Careful. Have you seen this town? It'll be a fucking miracle if I get there in one piece.
Uh-oh. 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 Oh! Come at me again. Come at me again. Come at me. Oh, fuck. Come at me again. Come at me again. Fuck. Oh, God. Goddamn! 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 Please! Stop! Don't look at me! Don't look at me! I'm dead. I'm dead. I'm so dead. I'm so dead. Oh god, oh god. I'm just running. I'm just gonna run for it. Oh my god. I'm done. I'm done. Are you gonna chase me? Verge. Verge! I went out the wrong way! I went the wrong way! I went the wrong way! Simple lock. Is there 2 ways to go? I could go here, lab reception, green herb. I don't think I could go here. Everything is like blocked here though. Okay. I feel like you died more from Hunter than Nemesis. I did. Actually, I did. I did. Okay. The way. This is the way out, right? Fuck. Get away from me, please. I don't want any more bullets. I don't want any more bullets. Okay. Is he dead? Did I kill him? Oh. Okay. I got scared for no reason. Okay. Just run, just run, just run, just run, Carlos, just run. Okay, Jill. Jill Valentine, Jill Valentine. Oh, that's hot. Oh, God. Hey yo, what do you mean? Hey yo, come on. You were thinking that too. Alright. No, I'm not. Hey, you don't gotta deny it. You don't gotta deny it. This is a safe space. I'm innocent shit. I'm back. Welcome back, Senso. Welcome back. What's happening? I saved Jill. I gave her the vaccine.
And that's only a day away. There's still people in the city. Think Uncle Sam gives a shit?
Good job. Thank you.
Let me sit tight. I got this.
Okay, BRB alrighty. Senso's turn. For what? Nothing. For nothing. Haha. Let me save again. Okay, I don't need this. Damn, I only have 2 of these. It's 15 bullets! 15 bullets! That's all I have, 15 bullets. It's okay. Oh! Damn, can I play Jill, please? I wanna play Jill.
Try to lower the window shutters. The less entry points, the better.
How do we do that?
I'll try hacking into the hospital security system. Keep them off me in the meantime.
Damn, I have no bullets! Detonator?
Okay. Now the fun shit begins.
No, it doesn't. No, it's not. No, it's not. Oh! I'm trying, don't yell at me! I don't do well under pressure. Okay. How do I... I need a battery? Battery? Where's the battery? Fuck. Okay. Oh god. everything? No way, that's everything. Okay, everything. Why am I reloading? Why am I I can't even shoot them from outside the window. Oh fuck! Yo, you gonna bite me? At least ask for consent. God. The breaker. No! You're kidding me! Oh my god! Shit! Kill all these guys first. And then I'll fight the big dude. Ah! Die, motherfucker! Die! I'm dead! I'm freaking dead! I'm freaking dead! I'm freaking dead! I'm freaking dead! God! Why is it so hard to kill these? God damn! News Ariana? Okay. It's okay. Defend Jill. Defend Jill. Okay. Easy. 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 Okay. Got this. Grenade. Wait, should I be using my grenade instead? Okay. I feel like I should.
I'm gonna try to
Skip this. Take all this. Detonator.
Okay, now the fun shit begins.
Go on. Okay. Dead. Got it. Across the ammo. Okay, inventory full. Save the big rounds. Come here. Die, please. Are you actually dead? Okay. Okay. Got it. Easy. Why won't bro die? One more.
Oh, come on.
find the breaker. It must be somewhere.
Must be somewhere. But there we go. Oh, what a drop, what a drop. None. Fuck! Get out! Oh my god! Oh god. Please. Oh my god! You know what? I'm gonna fight you. Come here, come at me, come here. Shut the fuck up, bro! I'm gonna die, I'm gonna die, I'm gonna die! This is so hard, this is so hard! Okay. It's okay, shit, it happens to the best of us. Thank you, Fate. Thank you. Thank you, thank you so much. Slow and steady wins the game. Slow and steady wins the game. Gotta love it. God damn. I'm so fucking late. That's okay. That's okay. Welcome in. Swazi. Welcome, welcome. How are you? How are you? I am literally near the end right now. Literally near the end. I'm so out of it. Okay. Detonator.
Now the fun shit begins.
I'm gonna stick with this. Save the big guns for the big guy, okay? Whoa! You kidding me? Okay. Die! Die! Die, please! God. Kalina was this weak ass pistol! It does nothing! It's okay. It's okay, it's okay. It's okay, it's okay. Okay, easy, easy. Calm, steady. Wins the game. Calm and steady wins the game. Bro, stop moving. I can't shoot you. You fucking move like that, please. Okay. Okay, I'm out of bullets. I am out of bullets. Haha. God, please. Okay. No, you, please. I'm trying to find a breaker. I'm trying. Fuck! I'm dead! Oh my god! Fuck, I'm so sorry for yelling. Sorry. Please. Come here! Come here! I'll fight you right now! Get here! God, goodness. I died again. Oh my god. much harder than like fighting Mr. X. Oh my god. Oh my god. Shank is dying. Have fun chilling with you yesterday. Ooh. See, I see. Good is the sauce. I love how I can hear you modding for my kitchen. Oh, no. It's like you're literally like, that's because I am. Did you check your closet? I might be in there. Boo, I want my refund. Oh god. Okay. I got this. I got this. Okay. Calm and steady wins the game. Calm and steady. Okay, I'm gonna lose. I'm gonna try and use my grenades if I could. You know? And the friggin' hunter, I will. I'm gonna try to stay as far as I can.
Now the fun shit begins.
Okay. So I'm gonna not grab that friggin'. Okay. Okay. Grabbing this. Shut the F up! You're like no help! Calm and steady wins the game. Please hit him, please. Oh god, give me. Okay. What? Just go up to them. F you. F you. F you. F you. Please die. I can't deal with this anymore. Okay. Yo, he keeps bobbing his head.
Oh, come on.
Find the breaker. It must be somewhere.
Fuck! Okay. Fuck it! B-word! B-word! I'm gonna die, I'm gonna die, I'm gonna die. Oh god. No, not! Oh my god. News! Not... okay. God! Ah! Okay. Run! No! I gotta... please. Run, run, please, run. Carlos, run. Run, brother. Oh my god. Okay. What is this? This extra pouch here? Are you freaking kidding me? Why is it here? Ah, God. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Please! Why do you have to punch instead of freaking... this? Ah! please die. You're my worst enemy right now. Oh my god. Please! Get off me! Oh my god. Seriously. Fuck! What is hitting me right now? No, don't tell me she fucking dies. Don't tell me she fucking dies! Don't tell me she fucking dies. 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 Oh, God. That guy sucks. That guy sucks so bad. That guy sucks so bad. Oh my god. Oh my god. You suck so bad. You no help. Jesus Christ. I can't do this anymore. God damn. You freaking kidding me. Oh, you freaking kidding me. You freaking kidding me. You know, we run it back. Oh my god. Okay. Can I just shoot you? You're better dead than alive. Anyways. God damn. God damn. Okay. Calm and steady wins the game. Calm and steady wins the game. Okay. Stand back here. Okay. Oh my god, took me so long to kill that freaking hunter. No, I have to freaking. Can I clip? Fuck! Okay. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. Fuck! Oh, switching my weapon! It's okay. It's okay. It's totally okay. It's okay. This is why we have this, you know? Why will he die? Oh my god. Oh my god, fuck, okay. Do something! Oh my god. I'm sorry. This guy does nothing but complain, swear to god. Find the breaker. Okay. Breaker. Okay. Fuck! Get off me, please! Get off me, please! Oh god. Am I dead? Oh fuck. Shit. No. Please, please. Come here. God damn. Fudge. Okay. Almost got in my ass. Oh my god. Let me see anything here. Greener. Bullet, bullet, bullet. Why are you here? Are you alive? Get out of here, please. Okay. Please die, please die, please. Okay. Easy? No! God shit! Not easy, not easy! Oh, not easy! Oh, please! Fuck! Fuck! You gotta be kidding me. Fuck. Who are you? Where are you? You motherfucker! You motherfucker! Get out of here, please! Don't suck my head, please! Not like that. Not like that. Not like that, please! Run! Are you dead? Oh, fuck. Okay. Damn, please! I can't deal with you right now. I can't deal with you right now. This is not how I like my tentacles, please. Okay. Are you kidding me? What? Press the detonator? Hold on to explode. Grenade! Grenade! Take that! Fuck! Throw it farther! Throw it farther, Carlos! Jeez! You gotta be kidding me. Why won't you die? Oh god. Oh my god, fuck. Jesus.
Not even close. But at least it's over. I'm coming back.
Shit. Oh my god, did I do it? Did I do it?
That seems a real deal.
Did I do it? Did I do it?
You damn right. What do you think you're gonna do? Whole city's about to be microwaved.
Yo, bro's eyes are yellow. Is he okay? Yo, bro's. God. Thank you, thank you. Damn, Shen. Koso is okay. I love your self-control. Thank you, thank you. Thank you. Have returned with food? Oh, what kind of food do you have?
I've got good news. It's over now. The city's safe.
Are you sure about that? What the heck? What the heck? Bro. Shoot him, shoot him, shoot him. Shoot him. Shoot him. Jill. Oh god, I was about to say Jill's dead. No way Jill freaking dies. After all that hard work I did to keep her alive, she better not die. Ramen? I love ramen. Ramen is like one of my favorite foods. Love it.
The missile strike on Raccoon City will occur in just hours. The payload is designed to eradicate all biological material. You will not survive if you remain.
October 1st.
I like my steaks done, not well done. I like steak. I never really had like a proper steak though, you know. Wait, it's not even done yet. Oh god. Oh god. Oh god. Where's my typewriter? Okay. All right. I'm so ready. I'm so ready to do this. I have no healing items. Okay. Anything here? Gunpowder. Do I need gunpowder? I don't think I do. What is this? Burst model? Is the burst model better? Oh. Anything else in here? No. Okay, let me save again. Okay. Pork dumpling, pretty much. I'm currently steaming shumai. Oh, I love shumai. Oh my god.
Morning, sunshine.
You saved my life.
I sure as shit didn't. That was all Carlos. He carried you here and he treated you himself, crazy bastard.
Where is he?
He went underground. Bard stockpiled the vaccine, enough to give the city some hope.
He thinks he can do this by himself. I'm going after him.
Wait, did you see the broadcast? They're gonna blow the city sky high. I'm trying to get a hold of someone, anyone with the clearance to stop it. Leave this mess to him. He's a professional.
So am I.
That was so hot, Jill. That was so hot.
Storage facilities underground.
Oh god. What? Oh my god. That's about to say. I'm just gonna run for it. Oh my god. Fucking okay, Joe, you kind of suck. Let's go. Yippee. Okay, how do I get out of here? Where did he go? Oh, green plants. Oh.
This looks like Nikolai's work.
Anything else for me to take? No. Wait, there's a door here this entire time? Did I? Not gonna lie, I don't remember going in here. Oh yeah, this is where I got the vaccine. Never mind. We're going crazy. I love this game so much. Okay. No. Fuck that. I'm out of here. I'm out of here. Am I forgetting anything? Notes? There's this station. 9 clockwise, 3 counterclockwise. Go, oh my god. Okay. This is not the space to be going. Am I going the right way? I don't think I am. How the F do I? I'm trapped. Okay. Great. Okay. It's okay. It's okay. Upstairs? God. I'm a professional. Proceed to give bit less than 10 seconds. Hey. It's hard to predict, okay? Anything? Fuck! Okay. Shit, lost it after that war zone. I'm losing it. They're not gonna come here, right? Okay. this one. Gunpowder. A or B to create acid rounds. Okay. In here? Can I go in here? I don't remember going in here. Oh, yes, I do. Are you alive? No, I just wasted my bullets. What the fuck? I'm trapped. Okay. Okay. It's 3 in the morning? Is it actually 3 in the morning? Oh my god. God! I dodged that! 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 Okay. You know? I didn't go that far. It's okay. Yeah. Okay. What I... Okay. Go, Jill, go! Go, Jill, go! Let's go, Jill! Oh, let's Jill fart. Jill, please. Oh wait, this is open? Wait, am I even going the right way? I have a map, right? Where am I supposed to go? Underground facility. Am I going the wrong way? Have I been going the wrong way? How do I get underground? For one. Padlock? Door? Wait. Have I been going the wrong way? Emergency entrance? Oh, do I go here? Operating room? Find a basement entrance if there is one, I think. That's the problem. I haven't seen one. All I've been going is like upstairs. Like the first floor and the second floor? Is this the entrance? This? Padlocked door. Okay. I think it's this one. Okay, I haven't been over here yet. But do I need a key for this? Am I tripping? Where am I? Go here. It's a lock. Okay. We just gotta move. I can't stay in one place for too long. I'm gonna get my ass kicked. Oh my god! Fuck! Goddamn! Goddamn! Okay. Okay. Oh, we're in the courtyard again. Wait, exit here. Simple lock. Emergency entrance. Over here? I didn't go over here yet. Wait. Let me look at this again. Okay. Simple lock. I get out here. If I could turn right. Turn right. No, I can't. I can't. Okay. I'm here. This is blocked. This is also blocked. I gotta go all the way to the reception room. Go in. Over here. Over here. Fuck. Fuck, turn around, Jill, please. Here? Question mark? This door? This door? I need a... Oh! That's right! Okay. forgot Joe has freaking lockpicks. God. Oh my gosh. Shit, you worried me? I think I worry everyone. Okay. Okay, there you go. Handgun. Okay. Okay. Can I switch this? How can I equip? E, okay. Oh god. Okay. I'm ready. Kind of. Okay. You're welcome. I didn't even know if it helped. It's okay. I don't want a backseat. It's okay. You helped a lot. Are you veteran here? Take a break from Resident Evil 0. Oh, you play 0? How is 0? Was 0 good? This is my third Resident Evil game ever. Okay, acid round. Yep, this is my first gameplay of RE3, so wish me luck. So welcome, man. Weed is for you. You get news to it? Thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you. I've been loving this series so much. I understand the hype now. Okay.
How is it no one in the hospital ever noticed all this?
I know, right? Okay. Green herb. Oh shoot. Oh, well, that's fine. Whatever. Misclicked. It's okay. What? Where do I go now? Do I... What? Okay. Oh! Do I do this? Oh, Star! Thank you for the raid, Star! Oh my god, welcome in, Raiders! Welcome! Thank you for the redeem, Fate. Shen, I wish you luck. 6 hours ago, it is now 3 AM. Thank you, thank you. I'm new to RE. I want to find... Oh my god, oh god. I'm new to RE. I want to find people who can get me into it. You should play it, Noodles. It's such a good game. Such a good game. Just don't play 1. 1 is absolutely terrible. Do not play wrong 1. 1 is such a shit show game, alright? Hey, how was your stream, Star? How was it? Thank you for the redeems, Fate. Thank you. I am back. Welcome back, Itoshi. Welcome. RE1 is amazing. That's why it really is. Also, with like the fixed camera too. Oh god, it was. It took me so long. It took me 20 hours to fucking beat that game. Absolutely horrendous. It's good, as good, as good. Alright, I'm ready for this. Alright. Yeah, RE1 took me so long that when I played RE2, it went by like a breeze. No joke. Okay, save it. Okay, what is this note? Elevator notice? To all employees, we've identified an issue with the electrical box where concurrent news of heavy machinery overloads it and causes the fuses to blow. If you encounter this problem and can't get the elevator running, please stay calm, gather fuses from the sub-generators, situated around the warehouse and use those to restore the power from the main generator as quickly as possible. Okay. Gotcha. This is the elevator. Okay. Oh, I'm ready. Okay. Calm, steady. That's blocked. What's going on here? Explosive A. Boss battle? Boss battle? No? I can't touch that. Okay, over here. No way. Okay.
I must admit, I respect your tenacity, but I'm afraid our games end here.
Okay, I need 3 fuses. From the generators? Generators. Oh, what the fuck? He's naked! Oh god! It's like freaking Outlast all over again. Oh god. Bye-bye, sir. Bye-bye. Oh my god. Okay, we have one here. Please give me your herb, please. Oh my god, not shotgun. I don't need this. Goodness. I can't imagine Shen getting lost on this one. It's literally a maze. Wait, question. Will it be a good idea to follow the blood? Since it means the person you're looking for went down there? Oh, maybe. Don't waste your ammo on them. They're a sponge. Oh, okay. Oh, welcome, Mint. Tap out. Welcome. How have you been? Are we winning? Yes. Asleep now. Bye-bye, Shem. Bye-bye, Fate. Sleep well. Good night. So make sure you lock your doors, lock your windows, lock your closet, cause I'm gonna lurk. Yo. Oh, wait. I think I went the wrong way. I went the wrong way. I just noticed the ladder. Please. Now's not the time. Can I just... Okay, this is bad. 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 This is so bad. Okay. Bro, come over here. This is so bad. This is so bad. Come over here. Get out of there. Come on. Okay. Alright. She is dying inside. It's been a very tough 5 hours. A very tough 5 hours. But I am one with the team. I will go down with you. Oh my god. You're being too nice. Okay. Let's see. I'm loving it. I'm loving the pain. You know? Oh, of course. Of course. Of course! Oh god, no, I'm dead. I can't. It's always the dogs. It's always the dogs. Thank you with the hydrate. Thank you. damn. You've been screaming earlier, Hydrate? Oh my goodness. Okay. Am ready. I am ready. I am ready. Okay. Okay. Equip. I have no shotgun shells. Alright. That is A-okay. Alright. We go here. Okay, imagine dying to a dog. I know, right? Goddamn. Okay, to be fair, the dogs are like super fast, super strong, and like, yeah.
I must admit, I respect your tenacity, but I'm afraid our game's ending here.
This is over.
Come here. Come here, Sponge Man. Come here. Come here. Come here, please. Okay. Dogs in Resident Evil are annoying, no cap. They really are. They're my worst enemies. I hate them so much. And they can climb fences. Oh my god. Absolutely terrifying. Like, really terrifying. Okay. Reload this. I only got 3 bullets from that. 3 bullets. Three shotgun bullets. Okay. Gonna go here. Grab this. Hey, dog. It's gonna pop out. Where are you? Okay. Oh my god. Where did you come from? Where did you go? Oh my god. Oh my god, please. God damn. Jesus. Okay, anything? Can I go up there? No? Okay. Of course. I think the shotgun would be better. It would, but shotgun bullets are like super precious to me right now. They're stronger, but they're like harder to get. I know you're not dead. Okay. Got it. It's okay. It's okay.
Dead end. No, wait.
God. It's okay. Shotgun bullets are precious, guys. You know, I'm trying to save bullets here. Okay. Now I got this. Look at my surroundings. Anything here? Okay. What if I go up? Oh my god, I'm dumb. Can I pull it back up? Wait, I'm dumb. Why didn't I just go on the platform? What the heck? Okay. Here. More bullets. Okay. What is this? go here. Then I go down. Something in there. Once I grab it, it's gonna pop out, huh? I know. Please, Joe, run! Oh my god. Jeez! Oh my god! Please! Oh my god. Oh my god! Oh my god. Shit. Anything here for me to grab? No, nothing. Open your mouth! Open your mouth! Oh my god! Open! Say ah! Go. Say ah, please! Say ah, please! I'm trapped! I'm trapped! I'm trapped! Oh god! Run, Jill, run! Run, Jill, run! God. Oh my god, oh my god. Thank you for the redeem, Chippy! Thank you, thank you! Thank you, thank you! Thank you! God damn. You survived! Damn right I did! I'm telling you, I got insane luck! I have insane luck! Okay, this shit sucks. Please go in, Jill, please. Go in. What is this? Gunpowder? High grade gunpowder? Oh god! Come here. Okay. Come over here. I'm tired of wasting bullets on you! Come over here, please. Come on. Come on. And that, my friend, is why you don't let yourself get cornered no matter what. Exactly. Exactly. That is very true. Oh wait, I grabbed everything, right? Okay. I just need this. Oof. Okay. High grade gunpowder shotgun shells. Okay. Explosive A. Right. All right. Let's go up. What is this? High grade shotgun shells. Okay. Okay, now we got more shotguns. Now where do I go? No. I got that. I still need the one over there. How do I get over there? Okay. Well done. No, it's raw! It's raw! It's fucking raw! Okay. That's over there. Have to over here. Over here. This stairs. How do I get over here? What? Okay. The ladder goes there. Go there. No way. I hear a little rattling. Where is that doll? Okay. Goes there. I need to figure out a way how to get over here. How do I get over here? Is that what? That's what she said. Okay. Oh, that ladder. Well, no, that ladder is where I came from. Right? I think it. I'm so confused. I don't know how to get over there. Okay, I'm gonna just follow the road, see where it takes me. Okay. Wait, there's a door here? Please don't come here, please. I didn't even know there's a door here. Oh god. Please, Jill, please. Please, Jill, please. This is my bad. This is my fault. Oh my god, dodge that! Dodge that! Oh god. Okay, unlock this. Go here. Save it, save it, save it, save it, save it, save it. Okay. 27. 27. Put this away. Alright. I'm dying a little bit. It is okay. It is okay. It is okay. I have incredible luck. Okay. Go here. How do I get over there? Oh, there's a ladder right there! Wait, no, wait, I can't even go here! Okay. How do I get over here? Ladder goes there. That room? What is that? Okay. Pushing your luck too much? Hey, it's the only thing I have, okay? It is the only thing I have. Go! Okay. Oh, what is this? Okay, Nelly transfer as... Okay, okay. Yada 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 yada. Okay. You gotta go back in the hallway and exit the other door, I think? Yeah, I think so too. Okay. This is what was that? How do I get to that ladder though? And that... Oh, okay. Was there 2 doors? Am I just blind? God, I am blind! Okay. I'm so blind. I'm so blind. Okay. Okay. Gunpowder. Of course! Of course, of course, of course, of course, of course. Of course! Oh my god. Okay. We snatch it. Okay.
Right, here goes.
God! Oh god! Jill, run! Jill, run! Jill, run! Jill, run! Jill, run! Please! Jill, run! Please! Jill, run! Jill, run! Jill, run! Oh god. Fuck. God damn. Okay. I'm about to die. I'm about to die. I'm about to die. Please don't show up there. Okay. Okay. We save again. Oh god. Imagine if they could pull you down ladders. No, that'd be so sad. I will cry. I will literally break down and start crying. That's gonna be like My last straw. Oh god. Okay, Jill. No way! You gotta be kidding me! No way! No way! No way! No way! No way! Please. Oh no! I got my head sucked. 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 Hey yo! Hey yo! Okay. Professional dodger. Watch. They're all gonna come up here. Okay. Come over here. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah, come over. Come over! Please. Come over! Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh yeah, you're right! I do have a shotgun! You know what? I'm dumb! I keep forgetting I could also fight back. God. I totally forgot. I totally forgot to fight back. God damn. Okay. Gotcha. Got it. Got it. Got it. Okay. Come here now. Come here. Okay. Hey yo, that's kind of saucy. Okay. Okay. Got it. Alright. Got it. Wait, can I kill the first guy first? This guy? My pistol. Does he die? Or do I have to like... So what if I just like... No? He doesn't die? Okay. Okay, zombie backshots go crazy. They do actually. Oh wait, he's alive? Is it because I shot him? Coward strat! Coward strats! Coward strats! Let's go! Okay. Got this, guys. Watch! See? See? He's gonna die? Okay. Okay. This is the last guy. Can I shoot him from here? Okay. He's gone? Okay. 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 Let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go. Ignore him, Jill. Ignore him. Okay. 4. Does it have to be in specific numbers? No, okay. There we go, there we go, there we go. Press the button! Oh my god. Okay. There we go. I got this! I got this! Okay. Save this. Well done, guts. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. See, I told you, I'm the goat! Mag? Do I even have a mag? I don't even think I got it. I don't even think I got the mag. It's fine. It's totally fine. It's totally... You don't need good gun to win, you know? Yeah, I got 2 pistols. I got this one. And I got this one. My regular handgun. Am I not supposed to have 2 pistols? That's what I got. It's like 33 bullets and you're not losing it? Oh. Haha. But it won't let me, like, replace it. I don't know how to do that. You know? Oh, wait, shortcut? Never mind. Yes, I do. Never mind. Okay. Goddamn. Look at her learning the game. I know, right? After 5 hours? Wait, this is where I came from? Right? No, this is where I came from. I need to do this. Okay. 9:26. Infiltrated RC disturbances are sporadic. Commencing mission. Observe 5 RPD. Officer engaging a pack 20 strong. Officers annihilated in 20 minutes. Okay, yada yada. We'll make first attempt at dawn. Diverted pack towards command post. Result night skirmish confirmed. Large number. Okay, and the skirmish 7 survivors. Unknown bioweapon employed at point to D18. Tracking it per orders. It appears to be on the hunt. Got eyes on 2 stars. A male infected and female bioweapon. Okay. Female JV. Jill Valentine has made contact with MV platoon. Bioweapon. Appearance. Behavior. Okay. Observe bioweapon wielding conventional weapons. It seems to be strongly fixated to terminating JV and knows the city layout. Evidence it can be imprinted. Metamorphosis in the bioweapon. A hostile encounter with JV. Video attached. JV has been infected and is now responsive. Collect these samples per order. Okay. Okay. Got it. Reminds me of the raft. Damn. Who is it? Oh.
Tyrell.
Tyrell? His name was Tyrell this entire time? I did not know. I did not know at all.
And this is one big ass hit. We can deliver the vaccine to them.
His name is Tyrell.
How long do we have?
I don't even think they mentioned his name at all. Like, probably once. I just, like, never knew. Okay.
We'll find the vaccine up ahead.
Alright. Wait, can I save it? Can I save it first before I leave? Can I save it? Let me save it first. Okay. You know what? Since I'm doing this, I'm gonna go use the bathroom really quick. Alright, guys? Alright. Oh, BRB! I'm gonna go water the porcelain bowl. BRB! I'm back! Oh my god, did we win? Yes, we did. Not yet though, not yet. I did not beat the game yet. Almost! Hopefully! Almost. Oh my goodness. Okay. I'm ready though. I'm ready. I'm cleansed. I'm, you know, relieved. I'm ready. I'm pumped. I am done with this game. Love it. Oh no, wait, no, not quit. What the heck? Okay. Return to game. Alright. Thank you guys. Thank you. Okay. Okay, Tyrell. Do you have like a special aid or anything? First aid kit?
Alright, let's get this done.
Is he gonna turn? No way. No way. No way. There's no me Tyrell, cause he's gonna die, huh? Yeah, he's dead. Go, Jill, go! Go, Jill, go! Go, Jill, go! Go, Jill, go! I love you, Jill. You're so hot. Get the vaccine. Then that was a fast door. I know, right? It's locked. Okay. Can I go up here? Umbrella cord. Any healing items? Any herbs? Any like anything that could heal me, please? Okay, what is this?
To begin vaccine synthesis, place the materials in the chamber.
Okay.
Synthesis? I have to make it myself.
I send the vaccine synthesis. On the roads, the antigens and adjuvants and vaccine synthesis by Nathaniel Bard, yada yada. To the most efficient synthesis to a vaccine, both the antigen and adjuvants are required. The antigen produces an immune. Okay, blah blah blah. By combining samples of these two ingredients, one can create a potent vaccine base. Okay. What's our okay? Yeah, that was more my latest entire Okay. That's irrelevant. Here. You better not hurt me, please.
Override key successfully generated.
What have we
Goodness. Oh, look at you. You can now remove the lockpick. Oh, you're right. Discard. I don't need you anymore. Okay. I got a hard drive. Okay. Go here. There's no zombies here, right? Like I'm oh. There is a zombie here. Please go down. Oh my god! Okay. No, Sprite. Isaac Graves' diary. The pay was generous. The benefits were good. Most importantly, They promised me I'd be contributing to the state-of-art medical tech research for university teachers stuck working in nowhere, America. It was a golden opportunity, like winning the lottery, so I went for it. I made the pitch to my family and we agreed to move here to Raccoon City. Oh my god. It's flash drive, Shen? Okay. This game is scary. It is. It's fun. That's what makes it fun. Well, hindsight is 2020 because this lab is a dental monster who conduct cruel and barbaric experiments for the sole purpose of taking human life in the most sickening way possible. It's messed up. The world needs to know. But every time I wake up the courage to say, to blow the whistle, I think of Penny and Casey and immediately chicken out. Umbrella owns this town. There was this guy they caught trying to smuggle out company secrets. They essentially fed him to one of the betters. Fed him! I saw the whole thing! I got my wife and daughter into this. I just need to do my job. Do as I'm told. For their sake. But let this be a testament that I do have a conscience. And that I have learned my lesson. Okay. We heard. Ah! What the fuck did I do? Okay. That's it? That's it? Okay. Calm and steady wins the game. Okay. 31. Gunpowder. Combined with this. Yes. Put this here. Did I miss anything? This is high grade gunpowder. Green herb. Employee regulations. Attention needs to employee. The objectives of the T-Virus research facility differ from those of Umbrella main nest facility. Here we focus on real-world use cases which are rising. Oh my god! As new bioweapons and created and introduced, such as the need for the T-Virus vaccine and new weaponry capable of suppressing bioweapons. Some aspects of our work here can be dangerous, so it is imperative that all employees adhere to workplace regulation without fail. In particular, unauthorized entry by unapproved visitors or the removal of work-related data or materials will be met with severe. Okay. It's a map. Okay, security locked door. That's the only thing I need, right? Yes. Yeah. Basement? Okay. Yeah, maybe I should have made shotguns. Can I still not do this? No. Okay, I need to make the vaccine. How do I do that though? Okay. Can I go back? No way. No? Okay. Where have I not gone? I went there. This is locked. I gotta go upstairs. Over here. Okay. What about basement? Basement is in this room. Okay. I'm missing something then. What am I missing? Something in this room. Oh god. Oh fuck! Please! Oh god. Oh my god. Added you? I see. Okay. Can't go here. Gotta go here. Wait, high grade gunpowder? Isn't it regular? I don't even have a mag gun. Okay. Nothing. I need to do this. I can't. Flash. No key detected. Wait, can I look at it? Nothing? How do I get over there? The elevator? From the basement. Okay. Elevator from the basement. Okay. Elevator from the basement. And I can't go here. No. Nope. Okay. What? Floor. Security locked door. Oh, okay. I gotta put the flash drive somewhere, right? Where did I put it though? In here? The computer? What? I'm tripping out. Oh! Can I do this? Oh, I'm so dumb! Okay. I'm so dumb. Okay. Okay. Can I? God, I was trying to dodge past you. Please. I'm gonna die. It's always Jill. Okay. God damn. Okay. Sample.
I'll definitely leave this for backside.
How will you die? Oh my god. Please. No way. Please get out of here, please. Oh, yeah, what's this? Gunpowder? Okay. Oh my god. Bobblehead. Okay. Can I look at it? Oh my god. Zombies are lucky enough to bite Jill. Right? Dear Dr. Emerson, I would like to formally request that the weaponry normally reserved for the bioweapon synthesis team be made available for any employees interfacing with the admission and dismissal of test subjects. These test subjects do not present the same levels of danger as our bioweapon products, but I believe that this weaponry authorization is advisable as outlined below. Recently, some of the test subjects have developed a new mutation granting them very high regrow abilities. Our team refers to these specimens as paleheads. They have been appearing with regularity, but the specific cause has not been yet determined. At astonishing rates, average these paleheads regenerate makes it difficult to deliver a lethal blow with standard weaponry. Oh my god. If any sort of system failure were to occur within our facility, we will be woefully unprepared to defend ourselves. For this reason, I would like to request that high-powered weaponry capable of subduing the paleheads will be issued to all of our employees working in shipping and processing. This will ensure that in the event of an emergency, we will be able to quickly eliminate the threat and evacuate quickly. Quickly eliminate... Oh my... What the heck? I'm reading the sentence. Oh my god. Thank you very much for your consideration. Shipping and processing manager Gabriel Reed. Okay. Got it. Got it. Got it. Okay. Oh, I'm dead. I'm dead. Okay, at least now I know where to go. Now I know where to go. See, now I'm full health. Okay. I got everything. I just need hold on, let me go back up here. At least the zombie waiting for you to finish reading. I know, right? I'm gonna ignore them. Grab these. Okay. Grab these while I'm here. It's a high grade gunpowder. Okay. Here we go. Alright. Anything else? Anything else that I'm forgetting here? Nope. 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 Okay. Let's do it! Oh my god. Fuck. I'm like panicking. My anxiety is like picking off the roof. Okay. Go. You know, it's kind of crazy shit. I've been watching you since I was working. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Damn. It's been that long. God damn. God damn. Okay. God damn. How do I dodge it? I can't dodge while going up. Kind of sad. Okay. That's okay. That's A-okay. That's A-okay. 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 Are you alive? I know you're alive. You can use shotgun? Okay. I can use this. God damn. Okay. I got it. I got it. I just don't want to waste bullets. I don't want to waste bullets. Okay.
I'll definitely leave this vaccine.
Get up. Get up. I know you're alive. Get up. Oh my god. He's gonna leave. Just one shell we do? Just one shell. It's gone. He's gone. Okay. Scared. There's so many! Ah, I'm dead! I don't want to waste bullets. Also, Shannon shoots a dead zombie, but she came back to life. She stood up last time when I was in there. Okay, where am I? Where the heck am I? What? Get the vaccine. Where did I load? It's kind of far. Okay. Right here. My most recent one. Okay. got it. Got it. I got it. I got it. I got it. Okay. I got it. Okay, high grade. Okay. This gunpowder. Okay, combine with this. Combine with this. Okay. I keep forgetting I can fight back. Okay, it's the shotgun. Okay, got it. Got it. Got it. Let me. You know what? Let's go get the vaccine.
Override complete.
Okay, I'm losing my mind right now. Okay. Bro. Okay. Got this.
An antigen sample. I'll definitely need this for vaccine.
See, she came back alive! Oh my god. Little B word, you little B word, you little B word. Okay. What's this? Gunpowder, gunpowder. Okay. You're gonna pop out, right? You're gonna pop out here, right? Oh my god! Get away from me. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. It's a-okay. It's a-okay. It is a-okay. Splendid. Amazing. Good direction. You're amazing right now. Super Pog. You're so hot. Okay. High grade. Okay. Combine. More bullets. Okay. Got it, got it. Got it. Do I just put this in here? Do I need three other ones?
Unauthorized materials.
Yeah, I need two
Is wrong or I'm missing?
two more steps, right? E-files. Okay. Antigen adjuvant. Wait, what was it? By combining these two ingredients, one can create a potent vaccine base. How do I get the other base? I have to go to the basement? I have to go to the basement? Okay. I think shooting them in the leg where... Oh, okay. Okay. Got it, got it. Okay. This is floor 1. How do I get to the basement? This brings me to the 2nd floor though. How do I get to the basement? Oh, there's a door here! Okay. I didn't know there's another door. Okay. Got it. I hate going here. No! Hold on. Wait, how do I... I'm scared! Ah, I got it. You know what? We're gonna save. $35. Yeah. Alright. But is blocked though. So how do I get down there? How do I get down there? Oh god. Okay, yada yada. Take a landing as a shower port, so my fortunately made to in the European best. Reporters are real. Please offer the special for you, but it has been to see to numerous. Okay. Oh, stop! Stop! Please. Nice dodge. Thank you, thank you. Oh, it's a freaking maze! Oh god. Okay. Anything here? Anything here? Shotgun shells? What the heck is this? Grab that! Grab that! Oh my god. Freaking Jill, I hate it. I just remember why I hate you so much. Goodness. God, what is this? Gunpowder? Gunpowder, gunpowder. No! There's a red herb! Oh my god! Wait. You know what? Oh! I got this. Now you hate Jill? What? No. Did I say that? I mean, hello. Hello, Jill. I mean, okay. 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 I'm a pro at this now. Okay, green herb. Bullet here. Okay. Alright. I got this! Nice! Okay. And then I can combine this with this. Gunpowder. No, I'm gonna save this. Alright. Nice. Okay. 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 Are you alive? Okay. No. Just in case. Okay. Just in case. Wait. What is there? Hold on. She's losing it? Honestly, I am a little bit. Damn! Acid rounds? God damn. Okay. It happened. A worst case scenario. The T-virus has somehow leaked under the orders of Dr. Bard. I'm to manufacture a mass quantity of the vaccine. I prepared a culture of the T-virus antigen. Now I just need to combine it with the adjuvant to enhance its effect. Okay. Yeah, there's a story in the incubation lab. Okay, incubation lab. Should I just... Okay. Okay. We do this. Because I want this. It's so bad. Okay. Okay. Okay, go. Maybe you should get rid of the other pistol since you're struggling with items. You know, you are right. Alright, just finish up on Warframe for the night. I'll head to bed now. Have a good stream. Thank you, Chaos. Thank you. Good night, Chaos. Sweet dreams. Rest well. Thank you for hopping by. Have a good night. Yup.
This must be what powers it.
Okay. Why are you not dying? Why are you not dying? Okay. God damn. Shen Loki wants to sleep too? I do. It's literally 4 AM. I do. This is taking longer than I expected. Damn. It's honestly saying something. Goddamn. You sure you want to finish it? Yes, I do. I'm being super stubborn right now. I do. I want to finish it. I'm like so near the end, right? Right? Like super near the end. Okay. Explosive B. Okay. This is good. This is good. This is good. Okay. Here's 1 p.m. It's 1 p.m. Oh my god. But I'll be here then and watch you more. Thank you, thank you. I appreciate the support. Yup. Yes, out of the way, please. Uh-oh. Please. Get out of my way! Please get out of my way! Fuck. Damn! I literally just got bit. I'm gone. Okay. It's okay. It's totally okay. Get away from me! I should have gone dodge that! Oh god. Okay. I'm dead. Oh my god. Here's like 4:07 a.m. It's 4:07 a.m. for me too. How far is my save? How far is my save? Is it good? Okay. Should I just do a part 2? Like a really short part 2? Or am I like super close near the end? Somebody please tell me. You should? Alright. Alright. Somebody's knocking on my door. BRB guys. Alright! Alright, I am home alone now. Oh my god. God damn. No balls? You stay up? Okay, if I do stay out, how much longer will it be? Is it just gonna be like an hour max? Cause I think an hour if you do good. If I do good. I don't think I'm gonna do good. 2-3 hours if you keep messing up. Okay, do I still have like one more boss battle? Is that's my question. Yes, okay. One more boss battle. Okay. Got it. You know? Part 2. 2 big boss battles. Two big boss battles. Oh my god. Oh my god. You know, okay. We're gonna save that for next week. Alright. Yo, it's been a good 7 hours, guys. 7 freaking hours. 7 hours? Oh my god, time went by like crazy. Literally, like crazy. Goodness. Yeah, you better rest now. I will. I can sense your energy really low. It is. My brain is so fried. I'm so fried right now. True. Caffeine keeping her up. Honestly, caffeine was the only thing keeping me up, and I am out of caffeine. Yup. So, ooh. Anyways, 7 hours is insane. This is well done. Thank you. Tap out. Thank you. Alright. Should I find someone to raid? I wonder. I don't think anybody I know is live. And usually no one is live this time. You know what? I'm just gonna end it here. Oh, thank you. Thank you for the redeem. Alright, guys. Okay. No raid. I'll probably raid next stream. We'll see. Most likely. I am tired. I'm very tired. I'm so drained. I can no longer talk. Thank you everyone for coming by. Thank you for the follows. Thank you for the subs. Thank you for all the bits. Thank you for the raids. Thank you. It is currently 4:13 a.m. for me, and I appreciate all you guys being here so much. I love streaming so much. I love pain. I love suffering. I love these games that makes me mod. Thank you everyone. RE3 part 2 probably next Saturday actually. Yeah. And if I do end like RE3 early, I might as well play RE4 afterwards actually. Alright, bye-bye everyone. Bye-bye, have a good night. Make sure you lock your doors, lock your windows, lock your closet, cause I'm gonna lurk. Bye-bye.